What are you, a fucking liberal?
Thank you, Ed, for the £10. Hello, Monsieur President. I'm requesting permission to data scrape the stream comments to perform sentiment analysis. I'll make all their chatters and details anonymous. I'm not going to give you permission, but it's not as if I can stop you, so... Just because that seems weird to me, but I mean, like, I'm not going to do anything if you do that. So I would appreciate if you keep chatters anonymous if you decide to do so. What's it for, by the way? Just out of curiosity. I should restate, I'm just not going to be a party to that decision. Does that make sense? How are we all? Connor, you have a job interview today. Good luck. That's fantastic. Alright. Let's get the show on the road. Okay, he started. Oh, poor bastard. He's only got 24 views. Alright. Okay. Let's make this a little smaller. Here we go. This is apparently the Sunday Manifesto. Implication. Obsession. Lies. Let us begin.
Not wearing the collared shirt because today we're getting down and dirty. We're getting into the trenches. We're getting muddy. We're gonna get all these things. First of all, welcome to the stream. Hope you're all right. I'm gonna let you let you funnel in. We're gonna let you get in there. Give me a second. Moment. I'm adjusting some things. Jenny will be joining us at 6.
So is tonight Blood Sports Night is Sock and Boppers.
Really talk to you directly. Yeah, we got some things to talk about today. Today is going to be a long day. Okay, let me bring these links some here. First of all, Sultan Al Fahim, hi. The Growling Arachnid, hello. We are going to be we're going to be going over so many things today. So many things. This is just the start. Okay, this is just the start. Again, I am just doing my basic advertising. Give me a moment. Give me a moment. It won't take but a moment. Okay. Should I post it in Sunday's Discord too? That would be funny, but no, that's somewhat disrespectful. So we'll see.
Aww.
Sunday's on the attack, huh? Well, that's fine. If I were him, I would be doing damage control desperately as well before this, because again, let's clear some things up. I did not write this manifesto. This is not my work. Okay? I take no credit for this. However, I have seen it, or at least in an earlier version of it. I wanted to make sure that if I was going to platform this, it wasn't going to be an embarrassment. It wasn't going to be a nothing burger with, just silly things that aren't backed up, etc., etc. No, this makes a strong case. It presents a strong case.
It's Sundover.
President Sunday has engaged in targeted harassment, and it showcases how he has both misrepresented and lied directly about some of the statements that were released in the group chat. What this manifesto does not do is it does not go through President Sunday's whole career.
Coward.
That's beyond the scope of this document. What it does do is focus specifically on this incident, and showcase again the tactics used by
I thought this was going to be interesting.
In order to
this is going to be boring.
Smear both Brianna Wu as well as the other people, anyone around her.
We're doing Jake later. Jake's schedule was
towards anyone around her, and it's pretty meticulous.
Mysterious. So
the document itself will be available on Jenny Matrix's website when it's done getting gussied up, getting cleaned up. There are clips and stuff that we want that she wants to add to it, right? There's the presentation's important, right, for how you do these things, so it's easily accessible. The links are all clickable, and you can actually see what is being said. But tonight, we are going to present it, and we're going to just go through the clips.
Thank you, Naomi Chance, for the $5. Some shadow government funding for Sunday's obsessive parasocial content.
Thank you, Tesco Johnson, for the $2.
Can't bring down a conspiracy on an empty stomach.
Yeah, you did forget to like the stream. Well, that can be rectified. You can like it now.
You're rectified.
So that's our first.
Rectalized.
That's our first segment tonight. Is Jenny Matrix will be coming on as a representative, right? And she will be presenting her case. I will be asking questions as we go. I have verified the things that are going to be said tonight. There are some things that I could not verify that I was like, no, I'm not comfortable showing this on stream because I don't know if it's true or not, right? So these are all things that are direct words, right? Direct statements from President Sunday's mouth, and we're going to again show them live on air, and then we are going to demonstrate exactly how these are false and mischaracterized in what can only be a purposeful fashion, right?
Ooh, that's a strong. That's a high threshold, Wick.
I don't think it's going to convince his sycophants, right? if you
there it is.
Have his dick like all the way down your throat, it's not going to matter to you. You don't care. Like, you literally do not care about the truth of the matter. But for those of the people who have just kind of seen this come across their feed, right? Who have seen this expose that he
I'm quite pleased with this. This is the best PR I've had in a little while, and I don't even have to work. I can just watch.
President Sunday claimed that was going on. It's fair to have valid concerns. This answers that directly. It also basically it's a kill shot gang. If you trust Sunday after this, I don't know what to tell you. That's on you.
It's on you.
It just is what it is. But again, I can't take credit for this. I did not write it. I did
Coward.
not put it together.
Come on,
So
take credit
please,
for it.
I am simply the humble, good-looking, fairly somewhat annoying presenter of this. I get it. I'm a little, but it's fine, right? We'll get into it.
Exactly, in some
That's
way.
not the only content we have for you tonight, though. Oh, no. You think that simply presenting this would be all that I would give you, my dear Wicked? Of course not. Of course not. Because we're going to be talking about something else that I think that deserves to be talking about. At about 8 o'clock, at about 8 p.m. Eastern tonight, we're going to be having Karina on from Heterodorks podcast, as well as Oliver. And we're going to be talking about why people feel the need to hide certain opinions from the likes of Sunday. Why do you feel the need? Why do people feel the need to not question certain things, right? Why is there an atmosphere of fear around even talking about these issues? The manifesto kind of builds in to this conversation. It's a separate conversation, to be clear, right? This is not connected. Karina's not connected to the manifesto in any way, shape, or form.
Are you considering cutting ties with Wick after this? God, no. God, no. This is... He's been fantastic for business.
Out the game, right? But it does... What the manifesto does is show how very real the sphere is. It's not something people are just making up. It's not all in their heads. If you deviate, even if you are suspected of deviating from this orthodoxy, you will be targeted for direct harassment by these people who will. And again, this is why we couldn't show this on stream, because there are messages, both public and private, that have been shared not only with Brianna Wu, but with the people in the group chat, death threats, all sorts of just terrible things that, again, I'm not comfortable showing this on Twitch because Twitch is goofy. And we're going to show the direct, again, not only that the harassment was received, but how this harassment was directly linked to the lies that Sunday painted. Okay? And this harassment is
I actually can paint. People don't know that about me.
Harassment.
I do painting.
It is
occasionally.
still happening. At least
I should paint more. It's been a while.
Ago, right? It was still happening. Again, people targeting not only Brianna Wu, but the members of the group chat who just existed there and
Just
harassing them. I don't know what to tell you, right? But if you think that's okay, I'm not okay with that. And I want to be very, very clear. If anyone, right? You can disagree with Sunday all you want, but we don't do tit for tat here. We don't do eye for an eye here. No. If I hear of any of you little gremlins or goblins
Join the Cathedral. We give you tips for your
doing that
cats.
same kind of harassment to Sunday and his community, I will ban you from mine. We don't play that game. You will not give them death threats. You will not call them slurs.
Do you think this is a
do
game?
That is outside the bounds of what we are about. And if I find that you have done it, if people give me evidence that you have done this, right, I will ban you from my community. So don't. Simple as. Okay?
If you engage in harassment, he will ban you from his community.
Glad
Which
we
is
got
why
that out
his
of the way. Again,
which is why his pinned video is not one featuring Destiny.
Jenny will be with here shortly, and we will start this shit show, if you will. Yeah, I'm too busy to do real harassment anyway. Like, look, if you want to argue with him, if you want to say call him a liar, I mean, after tonight, that's fair game. I mean, but no slurs, no death threats. Cool.
Stop drinking so much Coca-Cola. We know why you haven't been able to fix your teeth yet. You've got like 3 others that need replacing.
Again, what I am doing this for is I think it's important to, when lies are told, that there be a response. Again, this is not my response. This is Jenny Matrix response, one of the people who was harmed by Sunday. Again, I am not a white knight. I don't need to save anyone. Jenny Matrix is...
Yeah, you're more of like a white tavern NPC kind of thing. That's kind of the vibe I'm getting.
Is Sunday watching? I don't know. Maybe. Probably.
Maybe. Probably.
I hope he does. And I hope he does showcase this to his audience. It would be helpful for them to see. So we will see.
An eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth is the Cathedral's ethic.
We will see.
Or a tooth for $3,000.
I don't know. Will this be a feud that will span for years? I don't know about that. I don't know if this is like a years-long feud. Here, let me get my Kick chat up too, so I'm not forgetting you lovelies. Okay, quick shout out to my Kick viewers. Okay, I know you're in there. It's a...
Oh my God! Start already.
Okay, I have trouble. I need another monitor to make
She's
sure
still
I have
not
all
on?
my chats on the screen or something. Like it's
Thirdly, that
There we
shows
go.
a
Okay.
trend.
Okay. Wait.
we'll see, right?
Okay.
Again,
She does
I'm
come
not
on.
going to speak
All
for
right.
her. This is her words. Full disclosure, I did see parts of these, right? Again, I want to make sure you know that while it's not my work, I did look it over first. And anything that I felt was just, hey, you didn't back this up, it should have been taken out.
Thanks, Russ. I appreciate
if she's
it.
presenting it and I see something that I was like, whoa, I'll interrupt and I'll be like, yo, what you doing? I asked you not to show that, right? But I don't suspect that'll happen. We'll see, right? Because again, what we're doing here is we're going to showcase, with Sunday's own words, again, we're going to contrast them with what is actually said and then what Sunday implies is said. And we're going to go case by case by case by case and show you how he purposefully, directly deceived his audience.
You.
And again,
I played you like a fiddle.
through and because of a direct result of his lies and deceptions has led to the targeted, continuous harassment of not only Brianna Wu herself, but the members of the group chat in question, which he took no effort to protect their identities or names, no effort to redact anything else, any profile pictures, any direct names, no effort whatsoever was given. And because no effort was given, these persons were found, targeted, and harassed. We will be showing that live on screen.
I'm gonna level with you guys. It's not my problem. It's just fucking not my problem. I don't think any of them are harassed. In fact, I think the group chat was actually actively harassing people. In fact, there's a part where Brandon Wu is actually soliciting the group chat to go and harass Benny, who I have no truck with. I don't like Benny. Benny's a dummy. But I'm sorry. You were... Brandon Wu was bragging about going after Doe's identity and work in a group chat with a bunch of other major lefty streamers in which Demon Mama was a part for a long time, knowing it was Demon Mama's partner. Demon Mama revealed that last night. That was unreal, actually. So if people responded negatively to this, tough.
Again, I don't know whether that was purposeful or not. With the non-Brianna Wu people. With Brianna Wu people, absolutely it was purposeful. Like, he, again, purposefully targeted her for harassment. He felt he was justified in doing so.
No, he didn't.
And directing harassment against her.
No, he didn't. And
Yeah, that's
harassment against
no
her.
question. But the other people, I think, I don't know. I can't read his mind, right?
No.
But
It's like trying to play... It's like trying to play Baldur's Gate 3 on a graphing calculator.
nothing yet. Just my preamble.
Oh.
Because we have
Hello.
the woman of the hour here. Hello.
Hi.
Well, it's a big day. How are you feeling?
It is. Yeah, I'm feeling alright. I think I'm pretty confident about all of this. So yeah, it's going to be an interesting stream, I think.
Okay. I'm going to let you kind of take the reins here. And if you want me to showcase anything if you want me to back up anything, just let me know. Also, throughout, as you present it, if I have questions or comments, I'll interrupt you because that's
Strong
what I do.
one.
I'm an interrupter.
Just be careful out there, okay?
Is that okay?
Yeah, sure. So I think most of what we're going to be doing is just going through Sunday's stream where he shows the leaks and
Oh,
going
really?
over some claims that he makes in there and discussing them.
We're going through the
And
stream,
then
so
we'll
we're
move on
watching
to
them
the
watching
kind of
me.
fallout from all of this and
What
a
is
broader
this?
discussion about it. I do have a bit of an introduction, which I suppose I'll just read now, and then we can bring up that video. So, for anyone who doesn't know, 27th of September, President Sunday hosted a stream on his channel called the Brianna Wu Leaks. In this stream, he posts a few select screenshots of a group chat that I was in with about 15 other people, including Brianna. He leaks these messages because, in his own words, Brianna has to go. There are a few things that he believes these messages prove. Firstly, that Brianna does not support non-binary people. Secondly, that Brianna wants to exclude non-binary people from the trans community for political reasons. Thirdly, that she is a trans medicalist. Fourth, that she is lying about her positions on trans issues and that her private and public stances on these issues are contradictory. And 5, that she is using a group chat to coordinate harassment and bullying.
Yep.
All of these claims I have sources for, which I have timestamps in the video, if anyone doubts that Sunday has made these claims. So we can get into that if you feel that's necessary.
Thank
a
you,
strong
Terster. I
theme
appreciate
in his
that.
coverage is relying on the implication of what's being said in the messages and his framing of them to make his arguments for them without actually substantiating his claims. He takes advantage of the fact that being a chat where there is an expectation of privacy, people don't feel the need to be as precise with their wording as they otherwise might be if they were speaking publicly. This is something that works to the advantage of anyone who's trying to take advantage of these messages. This works to the advantage of anyone who's trying to use these messages to frame the people who sent them in a negative light. It's worth noting that these leaks were they were sent to him from after he began his campaign against Brianna a few days ago. So his interpretation of what was said and his actions taken on that basis are heavily influenced by his own biases. And also, the person who sent the messages to him pre-clipped them to frame Brianna in a certain way.
Well, slow down, cowboy. If you're pre-clipping them, then how did I misconstrue them deliberately? If the person who gave them to me pre-clipped them, you're running into a bit of a problem there. If they were misleading when they were given to me, then stands to reason I did not deliberately misconstrue them because I didn't have to. It was already done. Moreover, I am a little bit confused. If it was the case that they were pre-clipped and that was the issue with the contents, then why was Jenny Matrix saying that the contents were the most base thing ever? And why was Brianna Wu apologizing for them without challenging their contents? I think somebody's lying.
As we will see, none of the main claims he makes about Brianna are substantiated by what's in these messages. Sunday...
Yes, can you just read off the claims again, just to reiterate, please?
Yeah, sure. So the claims, again, that Brianna doesn't support non-binary people, that she wants to exclude non-binary people from the trans community for political reasons, that she is a trans medicalist, and that she is lying about her positions on trans issues, and that her private and public stances on these issues are contradictory.
Yes.
And also that she is using a group chat, this one in particular, to...
Actually, at this point, her public stances are contradictory because she simultaneously apologized and then retweeted people saying that the contents of the leaked screenshots were based. So, God only knows what her actual stance is. It seems like Brianna Wu just kind of makes it up with whenever she thinks she's going to score points.
Coordinate harassment and bullying.
Okay. Are you ready to switch to the video? And you can give me his timestamp, and we could just kind of do this. And again, I'm going to let you direct it.
We'll just skip to live.
For his words. And again, the gaffes being genocide denial. That's the gap. And this, again, he's going to leak and show that Brianna Wu said is worse than genocide denial. That is, again, what you're accusing here? What you're stating?
I think I think what happened is that Sunday. I don't think that Sunday thinks that what Benny said is okay by any means. I just think he is so desperate for a dunk.
Oh,
on
I
Brianna
see.
That he was.
Oh, I see. So they think that it's an issue. Okay, so if I am pointing out her calling Benny transvestite presenting, therefore I am tacitly endorsing Benny's genocide denial. And by genocide denial, we're referring to Holodomor, China, da-da-da-da-da.
Just fine. Where I am.
When you're ready, let me know.
Sure.
Alright. We didn't miss anything.
We are at 4922 to clear.
Yeah, sure.
This is going to be a long day, guys.
3, 2, 1, go.
Where are we on the
Yep.
theory bar?
Pub.
Hippo.
This is Cactus.
Thank you, Rick. I have substantial issues with the framing, that being publicly negative in a position that frames any information posted afterwards as disingenuous. Let's see this. I have substantial issues with the framing, that being publicly negative in a position that frames any information posted afterwards as disingenuous. I'm not sure what you mean, Rick. Can you restate? Here, let's see. We're at. Oh, I guess we'll have to about there. You know what? Screw it. We'll just reset the transformation. I thought that was going to be all neat. I'd have it like nice and orderly, but okay. Her dress reminds me of those god-awful skirts that femboys buy. Please God, no. I mean, if you're not super hot, maybe just dress normally and don't present yourself as a transvestite. You can go a long way with just being skinny and dressing normally.
Okay, pause.
Paused.
So, our comments in here were about how she dressed. Overwhelmingly, the closest claim anyone has to us saying that we were calling Brianna.
Okay, riddle me this, friends. What does it mean to present as a transvestite? It means to present as a man in a dress. What they are saying is that Benny looks like a man in a dress. I shouldn't have to spell this out, this is pretty obvious. So no, they're not just talking about her clothes, they're talking about her clothes in conjunction with her identity, and saying that the clothes in some way belie her identity, they undermine her identity. They're saying, you, a trans woman, you look like a guy.
We were calling Benny ugly was Brianna saying she's not super hot. The transvestite comment that she made was about her outfit and would have applied just as well to a cis woman who wore something that exaggerated her more masculine features.
This thing, I don't even need to respond to this. Jenny, bless you, you're doing my work for me.
And this is after multiple days of discourse
Fuck
about
it,
Benny.
we'll just go to live.
This isn't true. He believed this, or he said this, because he doesn't have a complete picture of most of these conversations, and this is a running theme throughout Sunday's stream, as we'll see. Messages that have been, if you check the timestamps, clipped out of order. Extremely out of order, and Sunday seems to think that
Jenny, stop! You're making it worse.
when actually they don't.
You're
And
making
the
it
picture
worse.
that we were responding to was something that had been posted before, where her whole outfit was shown.
What?
So
No.
it's not just this.
That's
picture
not
of
true.
face, okay. And also,
Well,
I'm
so
I'm
what
not
if her
gonna
whole
defend
outfit's shown? That
Cactus
doesn't make it
because
better.
It's really scummy. Like, come on, Cactus.
That doesn't
Fair
make
enough.
it
I don't
better,
think so.
Jenny. You're
Mean
making it
but
worse.
I guess
Stop.
my question for you is, how does this show Sunday is lying, or Sunday is being manipulative? Can you explain?
It shows that because this has been presented as Brianna calling Benny a slur, as if this is like some, as if this was like some super undeserved comment, as if she was saying something transphobic about Benny, when in reality I just think that's completely untrue. I don't think that this proves that at all. I don't think saying somebody presents themselves as a transvestite is inherently a transphobic thing, and especially given the context that he leaves out, or that he downplays about the previous interactions between Brianna and Benny. I don't think that what is said here is unwarranted at all.
I wish I had more.
Okay. So you can see why some people might think that, right? That this.
I
I'm not
can.
defending. To be clear,
Sure.
I want to make my audience clear. I'm not defending this. I think this was wrong for Brianna Wu to say. Okay.
Fair enough.
This
But
was a
again, this
strong
was said in private after some pretty awful things have been said
Sure.
by the other party
Fair enough.
about Brianna publicly. So
Okay.
I am not going to lose sleep over it, and I don't think anyone else should either.
Noted. Shall we continue?
Yeah, sure.
Give me a second. 3. We are at 50-15, to be clear. 3,
Okay.
2, 1, go.
This is Brianna Wu responding to a photo on Twitter of Benny from the Young Turks, formerly of the Young Turks. Oh, this is going to be so boring. I am using MS Paint. What kind of technological mastermind do you think I am? Oh, this is going bad. Cactus replies, I would be more okay with non-binaries if they wouldn't co-opt my medical condition. They're not real, can we just admit that? It's depressing how many trans spaces I'm not allowed in because I have wrong think. Brandon Wu to her
pause.
credit. Excuse me.
Okay.
So, Brianna Wu is apparently saying in this transmedicalist group chat where she's voicing all of her true evil secret opinions about non-binary people, and the first thing that she says in this conversation is non-binary people are obviously real.
And it's hard to tell from the picture. That's something Brianna Wu said?
Oh, you'll see a later message
Okay.
Where it does show that it's cropped very poorly, but there is a screenshot that clearly shows that.
Okay.
So, why would she say this if it was true that she wanted to exclude non-binary people from the trans community if she didn't think non-binary people were real?
Do you have a
Or anything.
timestamp? Do you have a timestamp on hand?
I actually deliberately go out of my way and say, oh, good for her. And then we move on and we see how she actually thinks about them.
President Sunday saying that Brianna Wu thinks that non-binary people aren't real, or that she is transmedicalist or something, right?
Yeah, sure. So
Can we go to
Brianna wants
that? I
to.
think that might be helpful at this juncture.
What might be helpful, as a point of clarification, would be knowledge that Brianna Wu literally pays Wick money. A lot of money. More money than he makes from his streams.
Yeah, so I can show her saying that Brianna. Sorry, I can show.
Here, let's
God.
skip forward.
So make a note right now, gang.
It's like
5101, that's where we're at. You got that noted?
It's like
So we can
watching
come back to it
glass
easy?
melt.
5101. And so what are we going to right now?
Okay. You ready?
was
Give me the
born ready.
timestamp again.
Oh, 1:25:45.
I could be in bed right now. I'm so glad there's more
I
blood
can-
This
coming.
changes
get-
everything we
we need-
know about
Got an
tinnitus.
ad. Fuck ads. Come on.
Neurologists have
Okay.
found that
God.
tinnitus.
Price is lying for
Scuff
clout.
stream.
She's telling the truth. Does Wick not have YouTube
Okay,
Premium? This
45.
is your
Okay, you
job,
ready?
man.
Yep.
At least in the latter part. She is lying that she supports non-binary people for clout. And she's not just lying that she supports non-binary people. She's obscuring the fact. She's being incredibly two-faced about the fact that she
Okay,
is ridiculing a lot.
Okay.
I didn't say anything yet. I haven't
I
finished
think
my
that
sentence.
substantiates the claim pretty nicely.
Okay.
Oh, I see what
Do you
okay.
agree?
Yeah, fair enough.
The
more?
claim being that President Sunday is claiming that she does not support trans people. We're going to jump back to 5101, and we can see on the screen, non-binary people are obviously real. Sunday again presents this as evidence,
True, Brooks.
or part of this is evidence that, again, Brianna Wu says that or is just lying for clout in private. I'm assuming we're going to continue and it's going to be something worse, but we'll see, right?
So Brooks is correct. The KKK wants to get black people excluded. They don't deny that black people exist. Acknowledging that non-binary people exist does not by itself, which Jenny Matrix doesn't, by the way, it does not by itself mean that Brianna Wu is not actively working against their interests. And as I demonstrate in the video, she is. The person who sent them did not send them in order, so we're going to have to figure it out as we go. So she says in response to, once again, this picture of Benny from the Young Turks. I mean, if you're not super hot, maybe just dress normally and don't present yourself as a transvestite.
I need
Go
to
a
sleep
long way
after
with just
this.
being skinny and dressing normally.
I think the conversation with
Okay, I'm
Jake's
just gonna
actually going to
say
be
to the
nice.
audience again,
It's the least
remember,
annoying
none of this is
person I've dealt with
redacted,
this
none of
week.
These names are blocked. Again, that's important to remember for name later, okay?
And then she
he
says,
took no effort
people
to
like Benny
obscure it.
honestly disgust me aesthetically, ethically, politically. Top to bottom. Just
What
dreadful. Now,
timestamp are you up to?
We are at 51:52.
Okay.
wait when something interesting happens.
Can I continue?
No, I'm, yeah.
I'm hitting
I'm
play
going
now.
to put this as delicately as I can, Brianna. Because I do have standards. If I were you, if I was going to wade into the arena of insulting people on the basis of their personal appearance, I would tread lightly.
Okay, pause.
Okay.
So I think the implication of that is pretty clear, and I think Sunday is doing the exact same thing that he is accusing Brianna of in these DMs, of making cruel remarks about a trans woman's physical appearance. Only me and Brianna kept our comments, not Cactus, but me and Brianna kept our comments to how Benny was dressed, whereas Sunday has just kind of made a vague blanket statement about how Brianna looks. Or an implication, should we say?
An implication.
In his, in his
Mighty low
comment just
threshold for an implication.
Okay, so the dishonesty here.
Dangerous waters to swim in, Jenny, given what you're defending.
Claiming that her comments, mocking the looks of a trans woman, is enough evidence, or part of enough evidence, to point to how she does not support non-binary people, and that she's cruel, and he himself is insulting Brianna Wu's looks.
I didn't insult anyone's looks.
Is that what you're going with for this portion?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Let me know when you're ready to go.
Sure. Let's go.
Oh, wait a minute, hang on, I can do something, can I?
Dreadful. Imagine giving up a gig as a political commentator with a legit news organization to go and LARP as a Twitter communist posting cringy.
Watch this, guys. We're gonna have some fun.
Tier shit. I don't know what that means. But that's true. Like Benny's been absolutely falling apart online recently. The Stalin defenses are not doing her any good. Not a smart cookie. But then she says, "Can I ask you a real question?" Yeah, go for it. Benny talks about learning she was trans on Facebook, looking at what advertisers thought she was. I cannot imagine this. When did y'all know?
Pro tip, download everything.
You can really tell that he's just been sent these very quickly, and he's just
Yeah, I
desperate
understand.
to get them out on stream. He's just throwing them all
But
into
that's,
MS Paint.
I mean,
No
look,
order.
I'm not going to judge him for the scuff nature of the. I mean, that's right.
God, the ordering of this is so bad. When did y'all know? We might have a gap there, that's possible. But that's fine. So I think it ends there for that section. I think we're going to come back to that in the next section. I think we have a lot more that sort of loops a little bit as we go forward. That's Jenny Matrix who said that last thing, by the way. It wasn't the gig thing.
You're famous.
Apparently.
So here we go. Oh, I think this is it, actually. Like, obviously you're getting a lot of very autogynephilic ads. You have a condition, but I can't imagine basing such a huge life decision on what an advertisement platform thought I was, or else I'd be in cooking class and buying a German vehicle right now. I always knew you, but y'all are actual transsexuals.
I wonder if I private it, can I? Are they? Well, I guess we can see if they're downloaded.
I always knew.
Let's see.
But y'all are actual.
We'll just make it
transsexuals.
difficult for them.
Did you know early on, or
Okay,
am I being
pause.
too hard?
Okay.
So, I'm not really sure why Sunday paused here, or what the implication of that was supposed to be, but he clearly thought it meant something, because he repeated it twice. But y'all are actual transsexuals. Do you have any thoughts of why he would say that? Do you think it's just the use of the term transsexual?
Yes,
he
I
has a
think he
problem with?
was implying that Brianna
They must have downloaded it. Fair play.
Wu doesn't think Benny is an
Too bad.
actual
Damn shame.
trans person. That was the implication I got from this portion of the leak.
I I mean, I read this differently. I think she said, I think she was referring to her affinity with the term transgender over the term transsexual. She says, I always knew, but y'all are actual transsexuals. I think the contrast there is between Brianna viewing herself as transgender.
No, because in this context, they're actually saying that they don't believe. They're casting doubt on Benny's trans identity because Benny realized she was trans as a consequence of experience of certain types of media, for example. Whereas apparently Brianna did not. And so she says this, I can't believe that how about you guys? And then throughout the conversation refers to, or at least at one point the conversation refers to us real transsexuals or something.
But she knows that some of us in the chat, including the people who she
Come
was
on, I thought you had
It isn't really
something.
a descriptive term, but a political identity and its objectives.
So all she has is my video. That's not a manifesto. This is just commentary.
turn gender into a matter of supposes that gender is really just a matter.
This is just a React video. This isn't a manifesto.
Biological reality it came from. Did Marxist feminists found WPATH?
Okay, so let's pause this
Perhaps
for
they
just a
did.
second.
Okay.
So in this bit, he covers a short exchange between me and Brianna, where the beginning has been mostly clipped away and the early parts of the conversation can't be seen. And why she brought up the WPATH SOC, that's the World Professional Association for Trans Healthcare, I think. The SOC is Standards of Care, so it's like the standards that this organization...
I was all excited. I thought we were getting a
to treat
proper
trans
anti-Sunday.
and the reason that she
manifesto.
brought that
I've been
up
waiting for that
was
for
because of a
years
claim
now.
that I made about the origins of modern gender theory, and I think a lot of the conversation kind of stems from a bit of a miscommunication there.
Okay.
There is a kind of implication that Brianna's acceptance of non-binary people.
Can you show them?
only
Oh no, they
stems
can't.
From the fact that they
They
have
can't show them. They immediately torched the entire group chat as soon as these were released. You know, because it's all exonerating. There's nothing embarrassing in there.
some medical recognition, including in this document, this WPATH Standards of Care, but that's not really true. The reason that she brought that up was because she was responding to me, who she knows I am a trans medicalist, and she believed that sending that would be evidence that I might be more likely to believe, not because...
Wait. So, okay, she was actually arguing with you, because you are a trans medalist, right? So she was arguing against you, and she posted that to argue against you, to actually support non-binary people, transgender people, etc.?
Yeah, absolutely.
And
Brianna
Sunday
has
is pointing this out as evidence that she's doing the exact opposite?
Yeah, absolutely. Like Sunday, Sunday presented. Sunday didn't present this in the way that it actually happened. This was my interactions with Brianna in this chat tend to be arguing about trans positions. I am far more of a trans medicalist, and I think I'm probably the most trans med person in that chat. Maybe there is someone.
Well, you guys
more,
can
but
fight about who's the most trans medical later.
Anyway, Brianna is way on the other side of this. Like Brianna like supports non-binary people, supports the use of all sorts of pronoun stuff that I don't agree with. I have big issues with myself.
But she said the contents were based. You didn't bring this up before. And moreover, what does that make then of the sentence that only real transsexuals here? What does that make of her agreeing that neopronouns are insane? What does that make of her pathologizing Doe for having an its identity, for having neopronouns? What does that make of Keffel's running to her defense, defending transmedicalist positions? What is the argument here? I mean, I guess we can take on faith. It doesn't particularly help you. Like, her not being a staunch transmedicalist doesn't mean that she still went after non-binary people on optical grounds. It doesn't make it better if she thinks their identities are valid. It actually makes it a little bit worse. She's attacking people that she recognizes are actually trans people, deeply cynically carving them off because in her arrogance, she has decided that they aren't worth advocating for. I'm sorry, this is not helping you, Jenny. You're kind of making it a little worse than it was. We're doing this. The Young Turks did this for a little while. In fact, I would be very surprised if her transmedicalist positions aren't directly a consequence of her recognizing that ultimately the most valuable The most valuable stocks that she has are in the
Transmedicalist
Young
positions.
Transmedicalist positions. Again, implying that
Okay,
these
so-
are the views, just if I may, that these are the views, because I want to connect this, both for me and my audience, so I understand.
Well, it's
Again,
just so
he's
boring.
claiming that she's a transmedicalist or houses transmedicalist views, and the evidence which he's using, again, to support that claim, is her arguing with a transmedicalist in a group chat and posting WPATH in order to perhaps convince you that non-binary and transgender identities are also valid, just like transmedical, more transsexual things are also valid. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. Where are we going back? 50, what was it? 5503 or something?
Here, let me see if I can find the original screen
I was
caps.
hoping you'd remember.
Oh, 5503.
Yeah, I think that's right.
Okay. Are we ready to go?
Yep.
To it. And I think Wu provides this article here. Then we have the battle over, I don't know what that is, gender or something. This is gonna come crashing down when she gets to the dose section. I already know how this is gonna go.
It's a very long article. Can I get a TLDR on the relevant parts? Sure. Marxists within WPATH threw a fit about compromising, namely. It's been a while since I read it, but it's basically the tension between the fact that a lot of trans stuff is under-researched. There's a whole chapter in the SIC for non-binary people, apparently. SOC. In the SOC. Jenny says, I'm not really sure what this has to do with my point, to be honest. And then we have the article here. Gender nonconformity refers to the extent to which a person's gender identity, role, or expression differs from the cultural norms prescribed for people of a particular sex.
Here, look at this. Look at this, okay? This is why I think Brianna Wu is a transmedicalist. Because of this. I think because I'm old enough to remember when we moved away from transsexual, I'm a bit more nuanced. You have to remember, daytime TV was obsessed with the sex in transsexual, so it was trying to water that down. I do think that as transgender doesn't mean anything clinically anymore, it makes sense to bring it back. Oh, I'm trying to drag it on the screen, that's why. Earlier, and I said nothing when they took over trans stuff and said you didn't need to have dysphoria to be trans. Earlier, I'm just speaking honestly here. Heterodox takes probably too honestly. And this is what she's responding to. She's responding to Jenny Matrix. These people have spent the last 30 years using our struggle as a sort of legitimate front to push their ideology with no regard for our struggles. So she's actually validating Jenny Matrix's transmedicalism here pretty explicitly. And going a little bit farther even, at least from the screenshots that we have. So, no, that's not really working, Jenny. It's not, no.
Part of academia.
No cigar.
Who is pushing this, and she was using these people who helped to medicalize transsexualism from within.
That's true,
academia.
Karasu.
The WPATH people, people like Benjamin, she mentions, they themselves include it in their own standards of care, right? So if you're a transmedicalist, if you support the views of these organizations, these medical views of transitioning, then you are also disagreeing with the same people who are pushing those standards. So there's kind of a bit of a contradiction there. If you follow that. It was a misinterpretation.
I think the details of your argument are unimportant at this
Yeah,
point.
that's true. That's true. Anyway, yeah.
That's
I'm not
the most
here to
true thing that's been
validate
said
your
all night.
morals
For sure.
argument, right?
For sure. Yeah, I shouldn't even
It's all
mention
good.
that.
It's all good. Keep going.
Okay. Keep playing. Yep.
How long have we been going?
The neo-pronoun bullshit.
God, it's been like
Not that I can see.
30 minutes?
Academia
37
isn't
minutes
flawless,
with
and I'm
the
not
thing.
claiming it is. Fair enough. The point I was making is that the Tumblrite stuff you see today
I can't tell who hearted this, but I am curious if that was Wu.
can be traced back directly to the gender theory of the 1990s put forward by the likes of Marxists like Feinberg. So that's all very boring.
It's true. It is.
That's pretty boring.
It's very boring. Please, find
this is stage
something.
one. There's a reason why we're looking at this first.
Show me the rivers of blood.
I mean, I would. Oh, here we go.
Jessica Timler, thank you for the membership.
says,
Appreciate it.
Non-binary people inserted sort of into the middle here. Non-binary people are obviously real. This is referring to
Depression.
I gotta add. Give me a second.
Jesus Christ, Wick.
Okay,
This is your job. Buy premium. I pay for premium.
Here,
Sure.
right, of course.
what time stamp are you at?
So this
Oh, I'm at 5723. That good?
Okay, yep.
Continue.
Wait, if there's ads,
person says non-binary people are not real. Can we just admit that?
that means it has to be live, right?
And then Wu replies. To her
So if
credit,
I go into
non-binary people
studio-
are obviously
Oh,
real.
pause.
It says
I can
that-
throw a wrench
So
into
if
their
you look
whole
at the
thing.
timestamps here, you can
Let's
actually see
see.
that Sunday is
That'd be funny.
wrong about
I'll
the flow of this
unprivate
conversation.
it
If you look
afterwards,
above, you'll
but I
see
do want
there's
to
a
see.
reply
It
from
might take a few minutes.
somebody
3:03
else who
PM.
wasn't the last person at 3:03 p.m. and Wu's response comes even later than that, whereas the previous message came, I think, at least an hour before then.
Okay.
So he's just. I think this. I don't actually have access to the chat
So
anymore.
how far is it preloaded?
It's kind of fallen apart and it's just gone. But if
I'm going to do the thing I did to Tom Fuller. I'm going to private it, I'm going to unprivate it, then private it, then unprivate it. We're going to be here for a while. It's going to be glorious.
he's
Let's see
just
what
tying
happens.
things together as he kind of sees things.
Because that must be
well,
mine.
as he
Because if
wants
there's
to see
ads,
things
then it
rather
stands to
than how they
reason.
actually
Yeah.
are.
Understood.
Yeah. I feel like we're taking way too long on this. I'm being too slow, so I'll try and speed it up.
Fair enough.
Do you want to go to 1.5 times speed?
Or no, I'll put it on. I'll put it on
Second,
membership. Members only for the highest rank.
Playback speed.
They can pay for
1.5.
it.
I'm there, and I'm at 5733. Are you ready?
Yes. Okay, 3, 2, 1, go.
The same SOC's transition. What's not clear is the best course of action.
Here, I'm going to try it on my phone. It used to not be liking that.
Are for them, is for them. The same SOC says they need to discover a gender role that fits them. I'm not sure how to square that with a mission which is basically abolish gender, and I think they are 2 pages out of a 120-page document, which makes them grabbing the steering wheel aggressive.
So yeah, pause here. So she is again arguing.
How long would it take for that to update?
Yeah, she's again using an argument. She thinks it's going to appeal to me as a trans medicalist, saying that within this document, there are within this document pushed by trans medicalist organizations or medical trans organizations suggesting that non-binary people do exist. So
Here, you know what you have to do. All of you go into chat and tell him to refresh. Tell Wick to refresh. Go into his chat, tell him to refresh. Go do it. Tell him it's urgent. Go into Wick's chat, tell him to refresh.
it makes sense that you should support that is what she is saying, and she's
Understand.
only used okay.
So she's actually sticking up for non-binary people.
Tell him to refresh. Sunday's trying to alter the history. Do it.
Exactly, yeah.
Okay.
So I'm
And
watching
again,
this in a
I want to reiterate.
That's not brigading. We're just having a little fun.
Non-binary people in private. And again, this is part of the evidence that he has used to showcase that Brianna Wu does not actually support non-binary people in private. And yet, as testimony from Jenny here suggests, as the log itself suggests, as we
Say
can
refresh,
see it
we
in
can't
the
see.
context, that she is not only supporting non-binary people by saying obviously non-binary people are real, but also using arguments to try to convince people who think otherwise that they are real. If that is not support, I don't know what that is. So again, for Sunday to showcase this and use this and
It might not even work. It's been weird
imply
today.
that this is the case is just a flat out deceptive lie. There is no better way to put it. There is no easier way to put it. He is lying when he tells you this. He doesn't.
It should
believe
update
this.
anyways, but
He
it'll speed it up.
knows. He's not stupid. Okay. He knows that this is a lie. This is absolutely.
I didn't private it.
A lie.
I put it under membership. So
that
you'll have
he
to pay
has
like
claimed
$100 to get in.
And over and over again. And why has he claimed these things over and over and over again? Well, because he doesn't like Brianna Wu's politics. That's it. That's it. He, again, feels slighted by Brianna Wu and wants to target her and harass her. And he has led targeted. Again, he is using this stream to label her as someone who is a liar and a hypocrite, first of all. Someone who is a trans medicalist, which we saw earlier. And also, someone who does not support non-binary people. These are things he has claimed publicly over and over again. And once again, the evidence presented not only does not say that or does not suggest that, but instead suggests the exact opposite. Okay, sorry for that rant, but I think it's very important to drive this home. Okay?
Sure. I'm at 57:47.
57:47? I'm a little ahead of there, but let's get back to it. I'm at 57:49. Is that okay?
Yep, that's fine.
mission which is basically abolish gender, and I think they are 2 pages out of a 120-page document, which makes them grabbing the steering wheel aggressive. So the issue Brianna Wu is having right now. Oh, Sunday does none of this is some great crime. You'll see in the next section. Don't worry, we're taking this slow. We're taking this really slow. So what we're looking at here is representative of a general attitude. Non-binary people are grabbing the steering wheel. Gender non-conforming people are grabbing the steering wheel. People who don't fit into an easy trans man, trans woman categorization, they're grabbing the steering wheel. They're taking control. It's a bad thing. That is a bad thing. We need limits after all.
Okay, pause. So, what Brianna was saying here was not that at all. He kind of implies that he's saying that she's saying, Sunday implies that Brianna is saying that non-binary people taking control of the trans movement is a problem. What she is saying here is not that at all. Non-binary people are predominantly people who don't medically transition. They have different priorities for people who are medically transitioning. So, and even when you have a community all under one umbrella, it should be pretty obvious that there are going to be disagreements over the best direction for trans advocacy. And because of this huge growth of non-binary people in recent years, and these kind of differences in what people think are the best direction for the trans movement to go in, and the fact that the majority of advocacy now seems to be supporting non-binary people rather than the needs, the like medical needs and acceptance of binary trans people. That's kind of what Brianna's getting at here. It's she calls it aggressive. She doesn't say that non-binary people shouldn't have a say in the trans movement, that they shouldn't be advocated for or anything like that. It's just about this kind of slight disconnect between these two groups under one umbrella.
I mean,
But she
membership
isn't
only.
advocating for getting rid of the umbrella at all.
Yes. I mean, anyone with a brain can see that. Anyone that isn't ideological captured or just lying. I mean, it's clear, even just from reading these directly, right? Even without the context. It's just, that's how it reads. Again, it has to be framed and presented in a dishonest way for people to come to a different conclusion. Or you're just skimming it, not paying attention. You're just, again, believing the commentator that you're hearing it from. But
Thank you, Hyan, for the $5. The Art of
Good?
Canley is alive and
Yep.
well.
I'm at 58.41. Are we good?
Yep.
Okay.
Here's where it gets interesting. This is section 2. Trans people have spent the last 30 years using our struggle as a... these people have spent the last 30 years using our struggle as a sort of legitimate front to push their ideology with no regard for our struggles. So this is transgender equals...
I
trans,
didn't.
That's what TG equals.
I was disagreeing with
I don't
Cactus
know,
here.
fire there, I'm guessing.
Okay.
Well, that's how Virginia Pierce used it in the 70s, but it's been an umbrella term for most of its life, especially since it became widespread. Transsexuals voice train because they want to fit in with other women. Transgenders
again,
don't
not
voice
gonna
train
defend
because
that.
what even is a female voice bro? Lol, lol, lol.
Transgender people do voice train, by the way. That's
And
incorrect.
here we go. This is Brianna. Her reply to Jenny Matrix. Let me double check.
Oh, hey, Olivia. How you doing?
It's important. It's very important. It is. Okay. Look, I'm just speaking really honestly here, heterodox states. Probably too honestly. Probably, as we'll see. But I now recognize leftist culture was always going to take us here. I said nothing about the BLM
Okay,
riots
pause there.
because
So, I said nothing about the BLM riots because I didn't want the trouble. Now, people have taken this a certain way. Brianna's been accused of being racist on Twitter because of this.
Can I show you why Brianna's been accused of being a racist? Let me show you. This is why Brianna Wu initially was being characterized as a rapist, as a racist. Dear God, a rapist, not a rapist. We're not in that territory, thank God. This is Brianna Wu. Okay. I can't fathom why anybody ever thought Brianna Wu was a racist. Just boggles my mind. It's just like, oh. This is from 2009. I hope, look, in all seriousness, I hope those leaks never come out. That's true. That's true. It's still pretty bad, though. It's still pretty bad. How old was Brianna in 2009? She's 46 now, so that would have been... She was in her 30s. She was still older than me. I didn't do that. I had more sense than that.
It's quite funny, actually. BLM itself, or the George Floyd protests, it was specifically the BLM riots that she didn't speak up about, and now she's been accused by multiple people of being racist because of that. So it's
I don't think she's agreeing with that joke. I don't think I owe it to her to do her work for her. She wants to walk that back, she can do it herself.
it's just a funny line to the point that she's making about this trend within leftist culture.
She was also canvassing for a segregationist 10 years before that. So, I'm sorry. My heart bleeds purple porpoise pus for Brianna Wu. She wants to sell herself as a savvy political organizer who knows how to win. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Good luck with that. Have we updated yet?
Ads,
Oh,
hold
it
on.
might have update. It might update after the ads.
Very cool.
Yeah, I know, I'm
for the
sorry.
It might update after the ads.
The ad's done.
Damn, we did it. With
She made a couple of comments about tanky
Oh,
tier that I thought were kind of.
I wonder if they re-uploaded it. I wonder if that's what happened. 'Cause that might explain it.
10107. Go on.
Yeah, she made a couple of comments about tanky tier that I thought was strange, but I think this was just sloppy wording because, as I mentioned at the beginning.
Oh yeah, and the idea that she kept quiet about the BLM riots because she had a problem with them is overtly racist, especially in light of her recent history before that. Because this is her history leading up to the BLM riots. Got into university, started canvassing immediately for a segregationist candidate, which is by itself, okay, obscured that. Still used her canvassing efforts and her background witnessing poverty and racial inequality in her congressional ad, obscured the fact that her immediate response to witnessing that was to canvass on behalf of a segregationist candidate. Then starts making jokes about how black people are the same color as chocolate donuts, and then does this. So like, does it mean anything? I don't necessarily know at all, but it's not my problem. I'm not her friend. I'm not cleaning up her mess for her.
Common messages that you hear.
Here's a
about
question: when she says that I hate women, that's all that motivates me here. Like, is she showing me charity? Screw her.
trans stuff is, oh, you don't need to murder a non-clinical term. But now, what we're talking about here is the fact that since the number of transgender people who don't medically transition now outnumber the number
Private
of
and
transgender
unprivate
people
and leave
who
non-member
do
only. I
medically
already did that, so
transition,
I think it's just not
there
working.
is a kind of need to distinguish between those people. So that's what we're talking about here. And this doesn't mean that anyone opposes the transgender umbrella. I mean, I do personally, but it's not what Brianna
Actually,
is
I have a
saying here,
suspicion,
why
so
she's
if
bringing it
I-
up. It's not because of that, it's just because there is a growing need to recognize that there is a difference between these groups and we need language to describe it. That is all that's being said here. And it's kind of being taken to mean that she does want to get rid of transgender and replace it with transsexual.
That's
That
true.
just isn't true.
That is true.
President Sunday is
It's very true.
implying that this
It's very
this
true.
here
Yes.
means that
Let's see
Brianna
here.
Wu is wanting to remove transgender and replace it with transsexual. However,
Yes.
as your claim here is that that's not at all what she was saying. That she was saying we need to have transsexual back as a term to distinguish between those who need medical care and transition and those who do not desire or seek it. Is that accurate?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. I fail to. Well, maybe he'll explain why this is bad, but that seems reasonable to me. But let's go. You ready?
Yeah, the most annoying thing about these leaks
This
is
is
how
the-
boring they are, frankly.
This is the weakest hit piece I've ever seen in my... It's not even that. She's literally just going through the clips and just flat out denying the obvious content. That's it. That's not great. It's not... I don't feel as destroyed as you were building, as you were saying I should be. I don't know.
Frankly. Like,
At large is so far beyond what it actually was, and again, this is due directly to President Sunday's implications, deceptions, and lies. Again, misrepresenting things as one thing when they mean the exact opposite, and we saw that
The
earlier.
exact
right?
opposite, huh?
Yeah, it's important to just go over this. So maybe this is boring to you, but it's important.
Here, let's see.
You ready
Yeah.
to continue? I'm at 101.33.
Yeah, sure, let's go.
Okay.
Oh. And this is her in this transmedicalist channel, slightly out of order, asking them in particular to come join the dog pile on Benny.
Okay,
Who
pause.
she just
Okay.
Do you have the comment that Brianna actually said on screen right now?
I don't.
What it says?
Let me
Get
get
in.
to
It says,
said.
"Get in, losers. We're starting drama with Benny on Blue Sky." Now, Sunday is too uncultured, I suppose, to recognize a Mean Girls reference when he sees one. What Brianna is doing is making a joke. She is not actually
joke.
calling for us to engage in a dog pile on Benny.
It's a joke, okay.
Okay, that is a
Okay.
ridiculous claim. If she was encouraging us to make a dog pile on Benny, why would she post a screenshot with no visible URL in it, not provide a link to the post where apparently it's supposed to be dogpiling, and why would she post it in a chat where she knows most of us don't even have Blue Sky accounts?
Look, nobody accused Brianna Wu of doing anything intelligent, okay?
There is no evidence that any kind of dogpile occurred, but Sunday uses this as proof, and he states this.
Oh, this
he
is
states this
so
again,
lame.
Later on.
This is so lame.
Brianna was encouraging a dogpile on Benny as
Why
if
can I
we're
not?
using this chat to organize
is this?
harassment
Let's see
against
here.
people, which is an absurd claim.
Do you have
and
a
completely
link
baseless.
to that claim when he says that? Do you have a timestamp for that?
He just made it. He just said, and this is her and this trans.
We don't have the
chat
IQ
asking
points for
them
this
in
kind of,
particular to
for
come
this
and
kind of
join in a
analysis.
dogpile on Benny.
Fair enough.
This
We
ain't
just
it.
heard it, gang. Okay, you ready to keep going? I'm at 102.01.
Yeah, sure. And let's go.
Well, we saw that one. Let me pop that up again for people who are coming in a little bit late.
This is so unorganized. This is more unorganized than mine.
I'm going to pause it real quick to have a comment. So
Oh,
we're
yeah,
at
sure.
102.26. Again, if anyone thinks this is directing harassment to post a screenshot of an exchange you had, again, not a recording.
Well, hang on. Hang on. If that's not harassment, then how the hell is anything I did directing harassment? Your logic makes no sense. The stuff you're using to absolve Wu absolves me categorically because everything I did was weaker.
Not a ability to separate fantasy and fiction, and you are a victim of your delusions and need medical therapeutic help. So please stop watching now and go get that. Okay, can we continue?
Yeah, I just want to say like one thing quickly about this, which is like through his own inaction, through not redacting any of the leaks, through saying our names multiple times in the stream, people who are unrelated to the point that he's trying to make, which is that Brianna is.
Well, they're not actually. Her association with you is part of what's really incriminating about these. So, no, unfortunately. Bless you.
Some duplicitous
Huzzah!
backstabber, basically. Who
We
is-
shall
who's
prevail.
Throwing non-binary people under the bus. He claims that's why he's leaking it, but he doesn't make any effort to hide our names.
No?
He says
Fuck
them
you.
multiple times.
I don't
doesn't
know-
tell
I
his
don't-
audience
I don't-
not to
I
go
don't owe
after
you
us or
anything.
and in fact ended up liking a bunch of the
Well,
the
we're
responses that we
we're
got.
gonna
But
get
we're-
to we're gonna get to
we're
that.
gonna
part,
get to that,
right?
yeah.
We're gonna
The
get
Squid
to
adds
the
30
harassment
points, thank you
part
very
there,
much.
but-
Slander.
It's
just-
interesting that he thinks that these clipped conversations, which he interprets as transmedicalist, in a private group chat are valid grounds for that harassment to happen. But his condemnation of this imaginary dogpile of Benny indicates that he kind of thinks Benny's actions don't warrant any such response. Which, I mean,
I criticize Benny. I don't have to respond to Benny to respond to this, unfortunately. It's just how it works.
Cool. We good?
yeah,
102.26 is what I'm at.
yeah. I think the next like minute or so is pretty boring. I don't think Sunday actually says anything.
Well, I
really,
guess we'll find
so-
out. Let's play it and see. It's at 1.5
Yeah, sure.
times speed, so.
Yeah, yeah. I think he shows a couple of things that don't actually show anything, really.
No, it doesn't like that. Hang on. Let's open this in. Let's open this in Paint again. This is Wu responding to Benny. You're not super hot. Maybe just dress normally and don't present yourself as a transvestite.
Again,
Yeah,
it's
you're right
the same
about
claim,
this. Is nothing.
completely
This
false.
Is nothing. Okay.
And over the whole world,
I gotta
goes a
add.
promise
Hold on.
of joy.
World War One.
Somebody, hey gang,
promised
if you're
us
liking
a-
this, give me money so I don't have to have ads
So
anymore.
here she is,
Okay.
asking these people in particular to jump in on that. Stop projecting onto other people, immediately projects onto Gammy. I'm assuming this is commentary from the Blue Sky conversation that was just fucking crazy. I really think trans Twitter is as terrible as Gamergate, and it's the same on Blue Sky.
Here we
I don't
are.
know. If you're not post-op, I think the worries are more legitimate. I personally would not care if I don't think it's crazy. Read that one again.
Yeah, I think it's downloaded. Well, it's not downloaded. Where is it then? Is it on Rumble maybe? It looks like
Left
YouTube.
off. I do think
But it's not
transgender
updating.
doesn't mean
Huh,
anything clinically
weird.
anymore. It makes sense to bring it back. The sex element, the sex focus.
Is it still playing?
Yeah, it's still going. It's just he hasn't.
Oh my god.
We're at 104.50 by the way.
Oh wait, I thought you were.
He's
I
giving
thought
you
you were
revenue at
watching that.
least.
Oh,
no,
no,
he's
no,
not
I'm
because
at
if
104.
he's,
No,
I think
I'm
he's
still-
because he's re-uploaded it because it's not updating. So it must be.
But I'm still.
It must be a real.
Okay, sorry about that. Again, I
Wanna-
told this
okay.
stuff. So yeah.
Because Zia has my watermark on it.
All right, so I'm
Or he
at
might be obscuring it. It's
103.45.
hard to
You
tell.
ready?
And tomfoolery, this is with the direct permission, I should say, of the people whose messages were leaked. So don't go over leaked messages. Again, the victims of the leak are here, and they are going over it with me. This is something I have received consent for. Cool? Cool.
Good for you, Wick. Well done. You're a
I'm
hero.
at 104.53. We good?
103.45.
103.45. Let me go back there for you. You ready?
Yep.
Yeah, go.
So, actually, wait. Go back a
Oh,
tiny bit further. Sorry. Like 103, about 30.
103.30.
Yeah.
Okay. You ready?
Yep.
All right. Well, it would have been funny, but alas, it's not working.
So here she is, asking these people in particular to jump in on that. Stop projecting onto other people, immediately projects onto Gammy.
Okay, so pause for a second. So, like, again, he imagines the idea that this is the same conversation, but it's clearly not. If you check the timestamps, it's very different. And also, if he looked at what was being replied to, he would have seen it was very different. And he focuses on a comment that Brianna makes here, saying, I really think trans Twitter is as terrible as Gamergate. And she says this in reference to the fact that a large subset of people involved in this engage in targeted harassment campaigns against anyone they don't like, up
This sentence is going to age very well, by the way, as this goes on.
to and including sending death threats. And in this response, in this respect, she is completely correct. And like the response that we received from these leaks kind of proves that.
Noted.
So yeah, that's the point of this.
Fair
the point I
enough.
want to make here.
Are we good to go?
Yep.
The Blue Sky conversation that they're just fucking crazy. I really think trans Twitter is as terrible as Gamergate, and it's the same on Blue Sky. I don't know. If you're not post-op, I think the worries are more legitimate. I personally would not care, but I don't think it's crazy. Read that one again.
This is not a manifesto, Jenny.
So we left off.
I don't know
Clinically,
what
I think
this is,
transgender
but it's
doesn't
not a
mean clinically anymore,
manifesto.
It makes sense to bring it back.
Okay. Again.
Doobie is
pause.
defending you in Wick chat.
Pause.
So
Well, thanks, Doobie.
I'm at 104.40.
104.43, but
Okay, so he talks about how we're focusing on the sex element of all of this, which like we are, but for the reason is, as previously mentioned, that it's the difference between people who do transition and people who don't medically transition, right? It's about differentiating those experiences and just having language to explain that. He kind of implies that doing this is bad, but he never actually makes a case for why it is. He just kind of assumes. there's
True
a-
Titan, when a true genius appears, you can know him by the sign that all the dunces are in a confederacy against him. Indeed.
audience going to nod along and agree with him. This is just personal stuff, this bit. I don't know why he included
I don't know how to hype you up for the scholarship. You're a woman, you have the opportunity to go up in the world. Blah, 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 blah.
it at all.
So, here. I don't know how to hype you up for the scholarship, to be honest. I think you should. You're a woman, you have the opportunity to move up in the world, and if you don't believe it, you are viewed as a woman and treated as such by the person who recommended it to you. This nonsense about I'm taking it from an actual woman, quote unquote, is just brainworms and faux moral panic shit. Brandon says, I get it, I really do. I was homeless when I transitioned, but I would not be able to do what I do now if I have done sex work. There's just a lot of life ahead.
Oh yeah, now she's going after people who do sex work. Sorry, I didn't mention this. So when she went into the group chat, she asked. Demon Mama revealed this last night. She goes in this group chat. Demon Mama's been a part of it for a while. I understand a bunch of mods from other communities, like other people, are in there as well. It's a big group, a lot of people, bigger than this one. Brianna comes in and is like, yeah, what does Doe do again? What does she? I mean, what do they do? I think that's what she did. It was absolute Karen shit.
The thing, and again, in his eagerness to target
Off topic, but what is your IQ? I have no idea.
Brianna Wu, he has, again, without redacting anything, shown, like, that person that was talking about being in sex work, do they want that known publicly? I don't
Judging by my chess performance, it probably depends on how tired I am.
know. Does anyone else understand? Again, we've seen what Sunday has tried to paint here. Dishonestly, we've been over some of that. But showcase that in juxtaposition with the total callous disregard. The actual, and we'll demonstrate it later, harassment that doing all this with no redactions has, again, led towards the members of this group chat, not just Brianna Wu, but others as well. And we'll get the screenshots of that for you soon, but we're going to go over this. We're taking this step by step. Okay, I'm done with my rant. We're at 106.20. You ready?
Great. Yep.
I was born ready.
Sports. I don't know what the panel is, so I don't know what that means. Where I'm legitimately
Wonder if
confused
Jake's
with what
ready to
the
go.
action is. There's almost no science on health outcomes. This is just an odd one. The
Okay,
existence of
pause.
hopeless being pierced.
So, I mean, this is just true. I mean, again, this is kind of taken as vague evidence of Brianna being like a trans medicalist. But all she's saying here is, where I'm legitimately confused is what the kindest course of action is.
No, not yet.
Okay,
Jake, save
what's
us.
wrong with vague confusion and the fact that, like, the factual statement that there is not a lot of science about the health outcomes here. Like, there is just there's nothing really egregious about any of what's being said here, and it's not transmedicalist either, which is
Yes, it's again the opposite of what's being portrayed as. Sunday has again, over and over, implied publicly that Brianna Wu is a transmedicalist, and again this shows not that she is a transmedicalist, but in fact that she is arguing against a transmedicalist with arguments.
That's not what that shows.
That would perhaps convince
Not
or
what that
try to
shows.
convince a transmedicalist.
Has Jake seen this? No, I'm debating with
The
Jake
implication
tonight.
of that isn't that she's also a transmedicalist. The implication is absolutely the opposite. The implication here is that she disagrees with the transmedicalist. It is trying to change her opinion. Oh my...
They exist in this kind of hopeless being pierced female causes dysphoria, but being pierced male, I don't know what pierced means here, does not reduce it or make it better, and they're kind of in a semi-depressed gender limbo where presenting andro is the closest they can get to legit relief from it. This doesn't have anything to do with either.
God, I wish you screenshots of the direct harassment you've made soon. Don't worry, you're on blast here, okay? We're going to get to the...
Who, me? What? Hang on.
Also a transmedicalist. The implication is absolutely the opposite. The implication here is that she disagrees with the transmedicalist. It is trying to change her opinion. Oh my God, I wish you motherfuckers would do more of that instead of just harassing them with death threats and trying to get them fucking fired. You could perhaps try to convince them. And Insomnia Nor, I see you. We'll get to the screenshots of the direct harassment you've made soon. Don't worry, you're on blast here, okay? We're going to get to the things that you...
Oh, somebody on Twitter, okay.
okay. Pause.
Yeah, I got an ad, so give me a second.
Jesus Christ, Wick.
Sorry. Okay, pause. Good.
Okay. So 107.14.
107.13.
I'm gonna refresh it, see what the lights are at.
107.13, but fair enough. Okay.
Okay, yeah, sure. So, yeah, so Brianna says here, I have no issue respecting their pronouns, whatever, blah, blah, blah. And then Cactus brings up two things, nipple-less top surgery and neopronouns. And Brianna kind of vaguely agrees that, oh, sorry, she brings up pronouns.
I'm looking
stuff,
forward to that.
or the pronoun
It's
bullshit,
some more. What have
whatever
you
she
been up
says.
to, my dude?
And it's just, what it demonstrates is just two very specific issues that Brianna has it. It's nipple-less top surgery.
What did you do?
And neopronouns, and that's it. Or pronoun stuff, which, you know, you can take that to mean whatever you want, I guess. Just vague pronoun. I don't even know what you want to call it. But it's the implication is that this is an inherent attack on non-binary people, and it's just not. Like, that nothing here says I do not support non-binary people from Brianna. It's...
You know what neopronouns are? Neopronouns are the pronouns people use when they don't want to identify according to the binary. That's what they're for.
This is something that Sunday is purposefully doing. Again, we're...
Yeah, Wu has me blocked too. So in some noir, yeah, you're blocked from Wu. I remember you posting about that. I don't know.
He's engaged in.
I guess
and
we'll
we are
see.
Seeing live now.
We'll see if you've been nefarious. We'll see.
On screen,
Disavow.
how he has purposely deceived, lied, and misrepresented over and over and over again, taking things that are the exact opposite of what he's implying and saying that, oh, look, she's a trans medicalist, when in fact, no, she's arguing against a trans medicalist. He's either retarded, which he might be, or he's deceptive and purposely lying. $5 from Parallax. I ordered my Wick Spicy tonight, and I got it. Y'all better watch out.
Or
because I'm angry. I do
I'm winning and you can't handle it.
not like people who go after and attack. If it had just been Brianna Wu, that would be one thing. But again, I want to point out to the callous disregard of the people he showed to every single person around her, because these people, let's be real, do not care about trans people. President Sunday is J.K. Rowling's strongest warrior. J.K. Rowling is sitting back, clapping, cheering this on, saying, you have done more for me than Brianna Wu ever could. You have targeted, harassed, and led and tried to get fired trans people, right? Like, let's be real here with who is the villain in this story. Let's be real, okay? But we'll continue. Are you ready?
Yeah, sure.
107.13. Let's go.
Yep.
Here we go. Lol, Void Zonya. Remember Zonya? We talked to Zonya before. Started a shitstorm tonight. Doe came up. This is in a GC. I don't know what group chat this is, but apparently there's another group chat. Doe came up and I repeated your very plausible position that it pronouns are about a degradation fetish. This is Wu. This is Brianna.
Okay, pause for a second here.
Okay.
So,
Demon Mom.
Brianna is not saying that she agrees with the position.
God, I gotta
She's
dust
saying
that shelf.
Zonya...
It's looking like Brianna Wu's right now.
She thinks it's plausible. That's kind of it. There's...
She thinks it's plausible that... Okay, so she takes cues from Zonya, who has been stalking and harassing Doe now for years, takes as plausible her hypothesis that Doe's identity is a degradation fetish, and shoots that at what is essentially a business group chat at her partner. Like, what the fuck? At its partner. You know what's cool about Doe? Doe's not a dick about it when you accidentally go with the her thing. Doe's actually a really cool person. Which is why I'm not like, oh, right now. This is psychotic. Not only that, but keep in mind, there's another layer to all of this that's not really being touched on. Leaving aside, like, the fact that she's posturing as a representative for the trans community, as this non-binary advocate, total lies. She's trying to posture as a political realist, as someone who has savvy, as someone who knows how to win on optics. What is this? You look like an idiot. You don't just look like a bigot, you look like a moron. I wouldn't be caught dead posting something like this. And the stakes for me are like...
Well, she's saying that...
It's again...
It was all over. I mean, then I asked what she did for a living. That also didn't go over well. Not she, they.
Yeah, that's fucking gross. That's like a, or whatever it is you people do kind of line.
Then apparently this is the only group chat with a good T-shirts. I don't know why we included that.
Oh, hey, Demon Mama, how you doing?
Transition because they still consider themselves trans, but agender and believe trans is an amorphous blob of a term that means a political statement against the societal concept of gender. But they have stopped taking hormones because they also believe hormones are a weapon of societal construct of gender assimilation, and hormones should be a tool to be played with, not a medical usage because all gender should be abolished. It's not entirely true. No, that is not well.
Okay, pause for just a second here.
We have imps in the house. Welcome.
So, yeah, this message about Doe, the first one, I don't think that's true. I think that's a weird claim. Okay, the implication here as well is that Brianna is signing off on this and saying, oh, okay, well, Doe is unwell. This is something that
Yes.
Sunday says specifically later.
Yes.
That Brianna is calling non-binary people unwell behind their backs. She
Yeah.
was responding to a specific description of a person who happens to be non-binary.
Well, we moved from unwell to a degradation fetish, so I don't know what to tell you, Jenny. Like, unwell was better than the other thing.
And not even, I don't think that's like an unreasonable thing to say. Like, if somebody says, oh, you know, that person's like done X horrible thing, you're like, oh god, that's awful. That sounds really bad. You aren't wholesale agreeing with that as
Is this
being
live?
true
Yes,
about
on
that
both
person who's
ends.
saying, okay, that description is bad. It sounds bad if it's true. I think that's what's happening here.
It's like if I hear like, it's like, damn, that's crazy, right? Like when someone tells you that someone did something wrong, like, oh, did you hear that I don't know, did you hear that the Trib killed all those people? Oh, damn, that's crazy. That's horrible if it happened. That's not it's not saying I think that happened. That's not saying I agree with that happening. It's, damn, that's crazy. $20 from Temperate Takes. Now get rid of the ads. LOL. Thank you for the $20. I appreciate it. Okay, cool.
We're
Ready to
super
keep on
chatting
going?
him to complain.
Yeah, sure.
108.52.
Yep.
Let's go.
So,
Here's where we're at. Okay.
this is where we're at, friends.
Oh, pause for just a second.
Okay, hold on.
So, Sunday begins here. This is kind of his closing for this segment. So this is a kind of lengthy tirade against us where he pretends he's just posted some career-ending shit when in reality all he's got done is gone through some clips of nonsense in a private group
You got
chat
me a damn
that
block.
99% of people would
Put dust
agree
on my
with
fingers,
if they
thank you.
actually understood the context it was in and the actual meaning being conveyed rather than Sunday's
Thank you so much.
bullshit, bad faith interpretation of it. It doesn't contradict things that Brianna said in public. She's been supportive of
Oh
non-binary
yeah,
people,
exactly.
like, the
So
whole time.
as Demon Mama revealed, Wu actually had a long conversation with Demon Mama in advance of this GC, in advance of being deeply offensive in that group chat, unprovocatively. Demon Mama has done absolutely, Doe and Demon Mama both have done absolutely nothing to Wu up to this point. They've actually been extremely reserved, even despite everything that's been going on now. She can't claim, Wu can't claim that she didn't know who Doe was. Wu was told explicitly over hours who Doe was. And even so, if Wu didn't know who Doe was, the responsible thing for a political advocate to do, or for any ally to do, would be to say, I don't understand this case. Let's not discuss it and pathologize it when I don't have all the facts in front of me. That's what a responsible person would do.
time. She has some specific issues.
We'll skip ahead.
Yeah,
I'm not
sure.
watching this whole thing.
Bigotry. And I think recommending that we drop these people for political reasons.
Okay,
that's
pause.
ill-founded.
I think recommending that we drop these people, meaning non-binary people, for political reasons is ill-founded. Where in those leaks did he substantiate the idea that Brianna wants to drop non-binary people for political reasons?
Actually, I did that before the leaks. She's very explicit about that. Now, as it happens, this is what Jenny wants to do. Jenny wants to drop non-binary people for political reasons. But a little bit more than for political reasons. She thinks they're dishonestly taking over the trans movement. She says here, and I quote, "If nothing else, exiling elements of the current trans movement which are actively harming our image makes it significantly harder for the ideologues to whip up anti-trans sentiment among people who otherwise probably wouldn't think about us at all. This is even more so the case for normies, whose views are formed almost entirely on image, with little to do with underlying ideology at all. Image is paramount when trying to appeal to the average person, and the views and behaviors of many trans activists are tantamount to optical suicide." So this is Jenny's position. Okay, this is who Wu is saying. Yeah, I don't like that these people have taken over the movement. So I'm sorry, Jenny, sorry, and sorry Wu. You should have picked your friends more carefully.
Sounded like somebody who was unwell. That was it. And he's kind of extrapolating this and taking it to mean that she's saying non-binary people are unwell.
Wu did mock Benny. I mean, that's
Betty
clear.
is not non-binary.
I don't know if Betty.
That what?
But
That
Well,
what?
I have a clip of Benny saying that she is a trans woman, so...
either way,
Jenny said he. Jenny just said he. That's something Zonya does, by the way. Zonya's been very vocal recently, in light of the leaks, about insisting that Benny is actually a he. Because Zonya, from whom Brianna Wu is taking her cues about Doe's identity, because Benny directed people to her OnlyFans account when the TYT stuff went down, She's clearly lying about her identity. She's actually just a guy trying to appropriate trans valor. That's Zonya's take. That's who Brianna Wu is taking cues from. Jenny, who is neck deep with these people, just said he.
Even if
Maybe a slip up, possible. I don't owe it to her to fix her mistake.
Let's grant that she was making fun of Doe. Let's grant that is mocking the non-binary movement and the non-binary group. That is insanity. To imply those things is insanity. It's dishonesty at a fundamental level. It's just incorrect. It's just not true. Are we ready to keep going? I'm at 110:31.
Yep.
And insisting on a return to medicalist definitions of being trans, which is what that is.
Okay, pause. Again, sorry. She never says this at all. There's no insistence on returning to medical definitions of being trans.
That was explicit earlier. We just saw that.
A comment, there's a couple of comments where she says we should start using language that distinguishes between people who medically transition and people who don't. It's not saying getting rid of, it's not saying returning to a medicalist definition of being trans as a whole.
Actually, it was pretty explicit. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, because they were trying to remove the sex from transsexual. That was the point. That was explicit. Can we find it here? I'll have to dig it up myself. It was earlier. We'll whatever. It doesn't matter. But no, we saw her explicitly say that.
Once again, the evidence being that Brianna Wu is arguing against a trans medicalist. The one here, Jenny Matrix, right? Arguing against and presenting evidence to suggest that not only are non-binary people real, but the W path takes them seriously and has things to say about it. Again, this is just so slimy. So slimy. Such dishonesty. Again, if you trust this man after this, I don't know what to tell you. This is just incorrect. Are we ready to keep going? And we're at 110:45.
What you tell them is thank you for subscribing to President Sunday.
Yep.
Just wanted to put on the record that I unequivocally support non-binary people, and anyone that says otherwise is lying for clout. Brianna Wu has just said in unequivocal terms that she doesn't support this. In fact, she sees. Brianna Wu sees non-binary people as competing for control of the steering wheel. They need to be reined in.
Okay, pause. So, again, this is just kind of true, as we went over earlier. You know, transsexuals and those who aren't transitioning are obviously going to have some competition within the movement for control of what the narrative should be and what the correct direction for advocacy should be, because these groups have goals that don't always align with each other, and there's only ever a limited amount of political capital to go around. So I don't see what's so objectionable about this comment. It just seems true, like objectively on the face of it.
And again, this is all based on a single comment that certain groups...
Sunday, do you know Wick enough to say if these interjections are completely insincere? I do, as a matter of fact. I know exactly enough to know that. It's just incredible.
They are. They're again, because Brianna Wu said something that they have spun to be negative about them. Again, it wasn't negative about them. They spun it to be negative about them.
You know what? I really should be thanking Jenny, because I don't have to spin anything, actually, even if I were so inclined. Because any intensification of the optical damage of these screenshots that I could possibly hope to do myself, they have done with immeasurably more efficacy and efficiency. I mean, it's like it's almost as if Hitler himself came out and gave you his ringing endorsement. It's just wonderful, just wonderful.
And this
Bold
is
place, flat out lie.
This is pretty much the last big claim I think that Sunday makes.
Really?
I think he ends his rant here. I just received a message saying apparently I misgendered Benny earlier. I also misgendered Sunday, so I hope you understand that was not malicious. That was just me being.
Or you can call me whatever you like,
and
darling.
I apologize for
Nervous?
that.
You apologize?
Yeah.
I think we're good.
Yeah, I don't do these streams very often, so.
Good. Wise.
Yeah, sorry.
You should do fewer.
Yeah, so that
it's
is
funny though, if I may. It's funny that they will use this as evidence that everything you said was just incorrect, while again ignoring the lies that we've demonstrated that Sunday has told.
Lies.
Closing their eyes, plugging their ears, la 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 la. This challenges my world beliefs.
They
and
hated
worldviews.
Jesus
We are
because he told them
incapable
the
of
truth.
cognitively reckoning with the fact that maybe we've been duped, but fair enough.
Yeah. So that's about it for the big claims that Sunday makes.
Really?
Let's go back to my original list of claims at the beginning.
Okay.
So, things that Sunday has implied these DMs believe. So, Brianna doesn't support non-binary people. Brianna wants to exclude non-binary people from the trans community for political reasons. She is a trans medicalist. And she's lying about her positions on trans issues. Private and public stances on these issues are contradictory, and that she's using this group chat to coordinate harassment and bullying. Do you think any of those claims were substantiated by what we've just gone over?
Absolutely not.
That's all they had. That's
And
the
there you go.
manifesto.
That's really, the story here is that this drama is a huge waste of time, and all of the comments that we received over it, that we're about to go over, were basically for nothing.
They're going over
because
comments now.
there was nothing to even respond to. There was just some cattiness in a few private messages, and some like.
Can we ban the word
conversations where
catty from our
trans medicalists were
lexicon? Like,
involved.
dear
It's
God.
guilt by association is the strongest claim that Sunday can make on the back of all of this.
No.
That
Guilt
is
by
it.
the
So
the
I just wa-
association itself is guilty. The association itself is bad, and it's bad for Wu because she's a political organizer. And so if she's going into this group chat and she's encouraging you to advocate against for non-binary people having representation in the trans movement, she is organizing against the very people she is advising. She is pretending to represent publicly, which is a deep, deep betrayal. It's ridiculous. It's Nixon saying, "I am not a crook." That's what it is.
bring them up, and we will again reference how a lot of the claims that Sunday.
It's true. Mr. Girl's Manifesto was better than this. There was stuff in Mr. Girl's Manifesto which, while known, was still like deeply embarrassing and deeply troubling for a lot of people. This is so. I was hoping for something. Like, come on, dig up the erudite stuff. Dig up the academic agent stuff. Bring it on. Give me something to chew on here.
Of his callous disregard and disrespect for the privacy of others, he has released their names, released their PFPs, and again, these are the results. This is not a full accounting of all the harassment seen, right? Again, it's not my place. If someone
Oh yeah,
didn't
true.
give me
She also said these people are her best trans friends. The people in that group chat. Not just her best trans friends. She's actually taking cues from them. She is taking her understanding of certain identities from these people, from people like Zanya. Her characterization to Demon Mama's face of her partner's identity as being the product of a degradation fetish she got directly from Zanya. So this is actually the intellectual pecking order. Zanya Wu. Zanya is the brains behind Wu, which is not that much of a revelation since Wu has no brains, but...
if you could stream it, we can transition.
Is Actual Jake live?
If you can stream
What's that
it,
sound?
and we can
Wait.
You can make them big.
Oh no, that's my music. Never mind.
Cool.
I'd rather send them to you if that's alright.
Okay, it's just gonna give me a minute with the transition of the screen, but yeah, we could probably do
Yeah, sure. Okay.
I mean,
So
Wick
forgive
is
me
4
if the
days, so maybe it is
technical
lead
stuff
poisoning. Who
is
knows?
A little weird right now.
God, I miss erudite. You know what? Compared to all this stuff, not so erudite. I mean, I could talk to her all day compared to these people. Holy shit. She seems so quaint by comparison.
I'm waiting for you to send them.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
Yeah, you gotta hit enter on these.
Yeah, Stardust, yeah.
Waiting on you.
Okay.
But yes, what we're
OK Gallagher, the creator of the group chat, admitted that it's a transmit chat and DM stream yesterday. Yeah. Yeah.
We're about to see. Okay, here's some. Let's give me a second while I try to figure out. Well, man, I really wish you would have streamed these, but we're gonna open it up and hopefully we can figure out a way to make it captured in the OBS. Give me a second. Okay, let's see if I can window capture.
Exactly, Olivia Bean. Don't you dare accuse me of being in bed with a eugenicist just because my bestie is one. You fools don't deserve to keep your reproductive organs. Oh, God.
Let's try this.
Who the fuck is this? Almighty God, please kill this white demon? I don't think anyone's getting that from me, Wick. I don't know if you've noticed, but, I'm a little pale. Okay? People aren't taking cues from me to go after Whitey.
Bigger.
What? What
There's
is
a lot.
this?
It's gonna be a while.
Yeah,
Okay.
there are a bunch of these.
What's wrong with you beyond being British? Okay, the British one's fair. The British one's fair.
Oh yeah, no,
Okay?
I'll own up to that. That's
You
fair.
seem like a really hideous person.
Enough.
What does
Fucking
limey mean?
limeys. You feel
I will admit the allegations.
Sure. You seem like a real
Limey just means British person.
hideous person inside and out.
They do.
Let's keep going.
Woo, you seem like a really hideous person. Deeply, on every level. Aesthetically, ethically, politically. Top to bottom. Just hideous.
And check the... She's literally a racist, anti-LGBTQ, right-wing piece of shit, and you're defending her. Child's IQ. You're both garbage. Feel
True.
free to go fuck yourselves.
It's a free
Shut the
country, you
fuck up.
should.
You suck. Damn.
Should feel
this
free to do
dumb
that too.
bitch really thinks anyone thinks she's sorry.
Okay, look, I lapse every so often, but try to avoid using bitch. It isn't good. Isn't good, okay?
Get fucked, Tranby. I realize that this RT is in fact much worse than it seems, and on behalf of the marginalized communities you claim to be an ally to, go fuck yourself. This is to Brianna Wu, correct?
Based.
I think these ones were replying to my tweet where
Oh, double
I
based.
made a pretty unapologetic statement about everything that Sunday had shown, with a picture of him holding a sign saying the most based thing ever.
Most based thing ever. Fair enough. But
Yeah.
again, this is again directly.
And they were
a result
responding to responding to the fact that Brianna retweeted it at one point.
of harassment. Again, this is harassment. This is what this is. This is targeted harassment. Let's not.
This is people responding to a public figure, an aspiring political leader who has been demonstrated to be lying to the public, Wick. This is politics, my dude. This is not a kindergarten.
It is harmful to some extent. If you believe that, this is a direct result of Sunday's lies. And remember, we've showcased
People should not be afraid of their wooverments. Wooverments should be afraid of their people.
how these were lies. I know you think you're being cool or whatever, but all I see is a fucking loser with no real friends resorting to pathetic bully shit on Twitter. LOL.
True. Well said. As
good
well
luck.
you should. You should shut the fuck up, Jenny. You should. For your own good.
Shut the fuck up. And then
Yes.
it lists a bunch of stuff you said.
Pretty standard. The next one is one of the most interesting, I think.
Okay.
You and your compatriots support this, so this is replying to me, which happened a few days ago. So apparently, because I was in a
I have
transmedicalist,
no idea what this is.
alleged transmedicalist group chat, I support terrorist threats made against schools. Kind of a wild thing to say
It is a little
over
wild.
that. And remember, this is the most nothing drama that has ever happened,
Well, that's weird.
and because of it, I apparently
That one's
support
weird, I'm not
terrorism.
gonna lie. I don't know who sent that one, but that's weird.
What the fuck happened now? Brianna Wu chats leaked where she was being racist, transphobic, etc. And this is how
True.
the lies spread. This isn't
True.
harassment really, but this is again
True.
showcasing
That's
how the
true.
lies have spread. Right? Again, none of these things were shown as. Oh, did you have something to say?
Yeah, I took
Why is she being silent about Black Lives Matter? What opinion was she not willing to say? Indeed. Could it have anything to do, potentially, with the attitude that made her joke publicly about black people being the color of chocolate donuts? Or could it have anything to do with her canvassing for a segregationist right into college? I'm sorry. Like, in her 20s, she's an adult when she's doing this. I don't know. It's a little weird, you know? And for someone who's willing to lie as often as she is, I'm not inclined to be charitable. I'm not going to actually go hard on the her being racist thing. I don't think she believes anything she does. I actually, at the very least, have no reason to think that anything that she says is sincere, or to anchor onto any single one. What I do know is that on the surface, in public, she says, I unequivocally am on the side of non-binary people, and in private, she goes after them and organizes against them. So, that's all I need. It's actually kind of worse if she doesn't actually believe what she's doing, because if she believed what she was doing, at least there's a person in there. At least there's some kind of principle. There's some kind of soul.
Creating a pylon and more harassment that is happening, and the lies that are being spread.
Brandon Wu has been obviously a dipshit for a long time. See her insane comments about moon rocks. Oh yeah, so she was terrified about moon tourism or space tourism because she was worried about companies being able to drop space rocks onto Earth, like nukes from the moon.
His characteristic date for years while being an awful person and an out-of-touch rich girl, but more and more of that goodwill is running out as she continues to be racist, ableist, and transphobic.
True.
Once again, the lies are spreading. We got a lot to go through, gang. We'll get them. You missed all the Brianna Wu stuff? I envy, but group chat messages were leaked revealing her as super transphobic and racist, and just as a general bitch. And she tried to say it was out of context, but all her likes revealed no remorse.
Here, let me show you that.
Brianna Wu is transphobic and racist, and Keffels is sort of defending her. And you see how the pylon increases.
Which is gross of
secondary
Keffels.
sanctions of anyone saying, hey, stop, these are lies. And we can see this in my chat, too, with Sunday dick riders, people who have his cock so far down their throat they can't distinguish reality anymore. Again, purposefully lying and leading targeted harassment against trans people. J.K. Rowling is proud of you. You're going to get a medal from her soon, any day, I promise you. Keep it up, gang. Keep it up. This is the stuff, right, that conservatives' wet dreams are made of. But let's keep going. Wait. Okay, we already got there. She literally said the only reason I didn't shit talk BLM was because I'd get in trouble. Pronoun insanity has gone too far. I regret ever supporting trans rights. We just went over the leaks. Did anyone see anything like that?
She thinks she can drop rocks from the moon.
Let's be honest. Let's be a Wick, not a Sunday. Let's be honest.
Listen to this.
Again, this stuff,
Don't
the
talk.
lies,
You'll talk stuff.
they
Listen.
spread.
The moon is probably the most tactically valuable military ground for Earth. Rocks dropped from there have power of hundreds of nuclear bombs.
Specifically, but for now, let's get through these.
I'll
try to go a little faster.
Yeah, sure.
Jenny Matrix is one.
I guess
will
off
say
the
is
edge
a
of the
literal
moon.
turf. Are you a turf?
No, I'm not, in fact.
Oh man, fades away into nothing. Anyway, I'll be pissing on your grave. That's to Jenny.
Don't say that.
It's really funny to see Brianna ripping on someone's
Okay, that one's not cool. That one's not cool. Okay, guys.
appearance after leveraging how ugly she is to pretend to be trans online.
That's ethical ugliness. You're allowed to point out ethical ugliness. That is entirely allowed.
It's, you know, there's so many layers to this. Like, first of all, the Brianna is pretending to be trans. That's a ridiculous thing. Also, leveraging how ugly you are to be trans, implying that you can even do that is like kind of telling on yourself, you know.
Yeah, are you saying that trans people are ugly? That seems to be the implication.
And these are the people who are like supposed to be
these are
ripping on her for...
J.K. Rowling's strongest warriors.
No.
Yeah.
That's not a Gundam thing. In Gundam, it's not rocks dropped from the moon. It's space colonies that orbit the Earth dropped onto Earth. That's different because they're designed for that.
Hey, Frank.
I don't think you people actually believe in anything. You're just kind of scumbags jumping on any opportunity.
And again,
you
the
can
reason
to shit
I
on
want
someone.
to reiterate, because people are like, do you know what targeted harassment is? It's when you make a video about someone online, you do not redact any of the other members, you call them racist, transphobic, etc. You continually post under their tweets about how, well, this is what they did. This is targeted harassment. That absolutely is. If you don't agree with that, then
Everybody who criticized Donald Trump on Twitter when he lied, you engage in targeted harassment. It's bad, okay? Don't do that.
I don't know what to tell you. I'm not. You're
Politicians who lie to your face have feelings too.
off your rocker. You're insane. Come on, let's go. It's really funny to see Brianna ripping on someone's. Oh, we already did that. And someone saying it's true. This may sound mean, Brianna, because it is, but maybe you shouldn't be so quick to shit on other people's physical experience.
True.
Right, again, just being mean.
True.
Brianna Wu shitting on people she doesn't consider super hot. Also, Brianna Wu, content warning for jump scare.
Brianna Wu's not super hot, I'm sorry. It's not impossible to look at, it just doesn't. It is what it is.
Games were private. Why would you open yourself up to the same type of contents? I don't think that one's just like, don't call people ugly. I agree with that. I can't get over a pseudo-stealth lady trying to be the arbiter of trans and or left politics and style when she looks like someone force-femmed Mitch McConnell.
Not cool. Don't do that one. Okay? This one, not cool. No. No. Be above this.
Good news, she's trans LMFAO.
That one's really not cool. Don't do that one. You know what Brianna Wu said about me? Brianna Wu has been going from place to place to place calling me jaundiced and saying that I hate women. That my motives for everything I do is I hate women so much. So, forgive me, I don't particularly care if people are uncharitable to Brianna Wu when she's caught blatantly lying to people. Blatantly. Like, you can't get any worse than this. There's a reason why this has traveled so far.
Brianna Wu is not in any position to call other people ugly. Brianna Wu has a lot of nerve to be one of the most unfortunate-looking, hatchet-faced people on this website, calling trans girls ugly in her little group chat of similarly disaffected freaks.
I'm not going to comment on that one.
Wonderful say about a group of trans people, calling them freaks. Beautiful. J.K. Rowling applauds you.
You're a freak too, Wick. It's okay.
Why don't you do humanity a favor and cure yourself? Again, Jenny Matrix's statement is, against me there is no antidote. All you can do is kill me.
Do you know what that means? Do you know what that is? Just so you know, that's a quote from a Serbian, the head of the Serbian government who is a war criminal. That's what that's a quote from. Look it up. What's the name? Hang on, let's see here. That is shoot, what's the name? Vladislav Sezelj, I think. I don't know how to pronounce that. That's what that quote's from on her thing. She's a fucking mass murderer. Mass murderer's quote on her Twitter.
Player tip. Kill yourself.
Yeah. No real...
UK?
Don't have to read into that one.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Oh, no, I meant the one before. Yeah, the implication. That there isn't... It's not even an implication.
Yes.
Most people do that, but...
UK, keep yourself safe. I don't think that's a threat. That's saying, like, you seem unwell. Take care of yourself.
UK. That's what they're trying to imply. Again, as a direct result of Sunday's lies, people...
That's not lies. Most people didn't see my video. My video only has 5,000 views. Most people saw the screenshots. I didn't embellish them at all. I just put them up as they were given to me. And Brianna Wu, she has never disavowed their contents.
And our threats.
Information, and his posting of it multiple times.
I hope this burns the Wick bridge. No, because Wick actually does have a degradation fetish. And he will always come back.
Our names. No, there are people name dropping me and Cactus because they know who we are. They're familiar with us. Some of them,
they're
at least.
harassing you. They're here because they know you're here to harass you. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is the result that Sunday wanted. You know, if he didn't even say, now guys, don't go after these people. You know, to her credit, I think Demon Mama did a stream a couple of days ago. It was dreadful. She said some really, really awful shit. But to her credit, at the beginning of the segment, she says to her viewers, do not go after these people. Don't send them harassment or anything like that. But Sunday, if you watch his video, didn't do anything of the sort.
No, because it's not my job to do that. That's a courtesy. I don't have to make sure people respond to you nicely. That's not my I'm not paid to do that. I don't owe you anything. We're not friends. I'm not your family. You are going behind people's backs, feeding them advice under the misperception that you are on their side and you have what's best for them in mind, Well, secretly, you're encouraging people to disown them and to discard them because you think they're freaks. I don't owe you anything. I don't have to pad the after effects of your lies being revealed for you. That's your problem. I'm sorry. Demon Mama is just a better person than me. It is what it is.
One of Sunday's fans.
Oh, Insomnia Nor. You want to skip to that part? We can.
Yes! Here we are.
Low tier god
All right.
Oh yeah, sure.
Okay.
I'll scroll up. I posted it to you.
Yeah.
Where is it?
Okay, this is Insomnia Nor.
That was
Hey!
posted today.
Target.
That's from today.
Tagging some progressive victory where Brianna Wu works with them.
Oh, that's Rebellion Pack.
How are you feeling about partnering
It's
with
not
a
on the
pack
screen,
that is
Wick.
headed by a trans medicalist?
Wick, it's not on the screen.
Once
We can't
again,
see.
Targeting Brianna Wu.
Wait, that's it? That's it? Just how do you feel about this progressive pack? Progressive victory? That's what you got? You had such a build-up. I thought he was, like, threatening to kill somebody.
You're out there. You're watching this still. Shame on you.
Shame!
Fuck yourself.
Shame on the House of Insomnia
You
for this
have lost
barbarism.
all
Shame.
credibility. You do not care about trans people or other people. You want to, again, if they disagree with you, or even if you think they disagree with me, you will use lies and slander to try to get them deplatformed. And not just from a platform, but from their jobs. You can go fuck yourself.
From life.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I think.
That was it?
Rose Malay as well.
Oh,
Also,
Rose Malay did it
apparently-
too. I don't have the tweet on.
That's all you had?
Rose Malay has been doing that as well.
Apparently, yeah.
They, not he.
Trying to make that
Oh, sorry,
happen.
Insomnia.
Yeah, there was a screenshot
See, I had to let the mask fall at some point.
a second ago actually. Wait, isn't keep yourself safe because someone's going to do something to you. It's the acronym KYS.
Oh, kill you. Okay, so directly.
These
harm
last
yourself.
ones are all.
That's not
These last
better.
ones are all
Okay,
about.
so
you know,
yeah, it's just
Yeah, Insomnia is a non-binary person, by the way, Wick, just so you know.
stuff
There's more kill yourself
So
memes.
they're directly
There's more
targeted
to
by
your
this.
God. We all know what this.
as well, but a lot of them were like sent by people who then quickly blocked me or deleted their tweets, so I can
I don't understand this. There's a picture of this. I've seen this before. I don't know what this means.
get a hold of them.
At the people who said, okay, you can show them. This is just the ones that we can show, right?
Oh
There's-
no, these are just a tiny handful of,
Yes.
of ones that I found in like 20 minutes, half an
Yes.
hour or so. There's way more. If you just type in like Brianna Wu into the Twitter search bar right now and scroll, it will not take long. In fact,
Yeah, we don't have, right?
yeah, sure.
We don't have the
Won't
time.
take long to
This
find
is
this
so
kind of stuff.
We don't have the
lame.
time. But I guess in closing, right? Because we are. Well,
We're
first of all,
done?
is there anything else you wanted to share, or anything else you felt was important?
That was it?
Go on.
I think that was really it for the
Oh my god.
harassment side of things.
Okay, is
But
there,
yeah, just to
is
kind of
there more?
underline the point, this was all nothing, really. Sunday didn't prove anything. He instigated a multiple day-long harassment campaign against me and a few friends of mine for no reason, really, just because he has political disagreements.
You had like 10 tweets, and most of them were saying, like, you're a dick, which you are.
A scummy thing to do, and I think that's just the kind of person Sunday is. I think he enjoys doing that.
What's the chief complaint so far? That I'm not nice, apparently.
To his sycophants, I don't think this will convince them. But I think to anyone watching or anything in passing, I think we've demonstrated very clearly that not only were President Sunday's claims not supported by the evidence that he provided, to be clear, but that the exact opposite, that the evidence that he provided proved the exact opposite. Not only is Brianna Wu not a trans medicalist, but she was arguing and trying to convince trans medicalists out of their position. Not only does she not support non-binary people, but she made an effort to actively advocate in private for their needs in existence. Does she agree with every single thing that President Sunday thinks, or Doe thinks, or Demon Mom thinks? Probably not. But that's okay. To act and to imply that this was some sort of, that she is a secret racist, transphobic, trans medicalist is not only false, but a downright lie. It's just
Oh my
not
God.
true. And we've gone over and demonstrated
Oh my
that
God.
over and over and over again. It is very clear. Now, if you want to follow along at home, if you don't want to go through my boring voice or whatever and go through the clips, Jenny Matrix is going to be making this document available to the public.
Look at this.
Where can people find it when it's time for it to come out? I know you got to do editing and stuff, right?
Yeah, I'll
Look at
post
this.
it on
Look at
Twitter,
this.
Twitter,
Oh, you have no idea what I just got.
Hedgehogs Takes. And if you want to follow me, it's at Hedgehogs Takes on Twitter.
It's Jenny
Yeah,
Matrix.
I'm
Look at
kinda
this.
I kind of just want to get this over with, because it's, again, the most boring drama that has ever happened, and it should never have become what it did.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's
And
hitting
yet
me
here
funny.
we are. Again, Sunday, purposely targeting trans women in order to, again, harassment their way, as well as get them removed from their positions of public power, because he claims that they are trans medicalists, but he provides no evidence to support that, and instead provides counter evidence that counters his claim. I hope all of you watching will at least have an open mind with this. Go through this again. Go through it on your own time, and once document's up, if you prefer that format, you can read through it. But this was pretty clear. I don't know how else we could have made it clearly. It's we went
Me neither.
step by step, point by point. I don't know if you disagree. I guess I can't help you. You're too far gone. Yeah. Anything else?
No, that is about everything.
Jenny, thank you for being willing to come on.
Thank you for hosting me. Bye.
Bye-bye. Give me a second. We're going to transition now.
Oh, it's part of the trans community.
But, yeah, no,
Be
that was
careful
pretty
there.
clear. Shame on you, President Sunday, for lying. Shame on the people who spread those lies. Brianna Wu should not have been mean in a group chat and made fun of someone's appearance. That was wrong. That was bad. She should not have done that.
Where'd the $3,000 go, Wick? I count one. One.
But she led no targeted harassment. Okay, now, we weren't going to go, and again,
Yeah, she did. She went onto Twitter, and she went on Twitter and Reddit and a bunch of places, and said that I hate women. That's, by your metric, that's absolutely targeting harassment, and I absolutely dealt with harassment as a result of that. The difference is, I'm just better than you. TOS.
and that's fine. It's a good litmus test for people who are honest and people who are dishonest. Now, you can the little wiggling details, fair, fine enough. But with the again, if you come out of that, reading that, and think and claim that Brianna Wu is a trans medicalist, you don't know what words mean, right? You don't know how to read at a fundamental level. Yeah, that's it. Cool. 8 o'clock. We have Karina Cohn coming on. We got some other people coming on, and we're gonna be talking about, right, what leads to this kind of behavior. What leads to this targeted harassment of people who even are painted out to and lied to have disagreed with the orthodoxy?
Well, see, my father was a drinker and a fiend.
We saw some of that. This feeds into that topic, and we'll be going over that. Karina Cohn heads Heterodorks podcast, which you can find on YouTube. And
You know what the difference is between you and me, Wick? My channel, I didn't make a GoFundMe, and I paid $3,000 in dental fees this year. They're all there.
Parallax, you want on? I'll bring you on for a minute.
All right, let's see if Jake's ready to go. That was disappointing. I was hoping for something, you know. I was hoping for something. This distracted me from preparing for the Hegel debate tomorrow. And I resent that. That was infinitely more interesting than this. That was so weak. Sunday Manifesto. Sunday's mean and watching my video. Yes. Alright, let's see if actual Jake's on. We're pretty late now. He must be on soon, right? He must be on soon.
Hello.
No, he's not live yet. How long have we been going? It's like 2 hours. 4:54. He said later in the evening. Oh, if he doesn't stream tonight, that'll suck. Parallax is such a boob. I don't hate him, but he's a boob. So, today, what did we learn today? Today, dear friends, we learned that sometimes I'm not very nice. But that's a burden I'll have to bear. He means like 6? Well, that's like an hour from now. Yeah, this was the kill shot, apparently. Maybe it just hit me so hard I didn't even feel it, but I don't think I'm dead. I feel like I'd have trouble lifting this if I was dead. I feel like I'm kind of doing really well, actually. Oh god, we had over 300 viewers for a little while there. I think we're doing pretty good. In fact, despite everything, all the numbers are up across the board. I'm good with this. Maybe you died of boredom? Well, it's not too late. Well, we have an hour to kill. I'm gonna go to the bathroom and we're gonna do a theory stream. I'm gonna save this for when I talk to Jake. Did they even directly address the screenshots? Well, it amounted to just looking at them and just denying the obvious read of them, so... I mean... I guess. I'm looking forward to tomorrow for that Hegel debate, and also for playing Baldur's Gate 3, because I finally got it. Really looking forward to that. Well... Parallax was just NSC simping? Yeah, it's typical. Okay, I'm gonna go to the washroom. I'm gonna grab some water, and we're going to prepare to talk to Jake at some point. Maybe we'll do the theory stream in the middle. You know, maybe we will. Let's see, where are we at for super chats right now? Oh God, what did I do? Where are we at? We're at 68. Okay, so we're actually pretty close. Pretty close. When we get to 100, we're doing gamification. So that's gonna be good. What character are you gonna play in BG3 Sunday? I haven't decided yet. I haven't even opened it yet. I just bought it. I haven't downloaded it yet, so I'm gonna do that tonight. We'll see. Will Sunday romance a bear in BG3? Not into bears, to be honest. Not my type. In fact, I kind of don't like romancing people in games. Feels weird. You know? Wait, Sunday isn't an alcoholic? No. I can quit anytime I want. I also drink very moderately. I have like... I probably drink more than I should, but I have like... a beer at night kind of thing. Turn on Wick while you're gone, be Hassan? Nah, I could never turn on Wick. See, here's the thing. We always knew what Wick was. And we knew what Wick was when we were working with him. And Wick knew what Wick was when he was... Actually, you know what? We should probably listen to this. Because I am curious about something. Let's see here. No, you didn't. What the hell is he talking about? No, you didn't.
What I'm gonna do is go
Oh,
stand
it's muted. Sorry.
up, go in my kitchen, and get some pizza, and chop it
Sorry.
up.
I asked him to come have it publicly. Not
Sorry.
understand the
This is what he said.
distinction between psychometrist and psychometrician. Therefore, there would be no distinction to be made if she used either title.
Hang on.
So this is the second.
Wait a sec. Wait a sec. This idiot.
Really like to get him to publicly talk with me about the last time he did it, because I've already got him to privately concede his entire point regarding erudite. So I'd like to issue the challenge for you to come have that conversation and be willing to say publicly what you said privately, which is that the layman would not understand the distinction between psychometrist and psychometrician. Therefore, there would be no distinction to be made if she used either title.
No, you idiot. The fact that she used... Jesus Christ. The issue is that the layperson is going to assume an advanced degree of education for either. And so leveraging the more advanced one anyways is indefensible, because they're going to look that up and they're going to see, what do you need to be a psychometrician? Well, it looks like the only way is to get a master's degree. She also elsewhere says she has a graduate degree. Oh, what's a graduate degree? It's a master's degree and up. She has neither. No, that doesn't... No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Sorry, dude. Swing and a miss. She lied about her credentials. It's on record.
This
I'll be
other
RB.
guest on. Yeah.
Thank you, Shai Halud, for the $19. Appreciated. Shoot. That puts us up. Oh my god. I need to make this thing bigger. OBS is weird. Like, it causes things to kind of, like, snap, which is really frustrating. Because sometimes you just want to, like, slide things up a little bit. I think we're actually at 75. There we go.
It's not working for them.
Irritable bowel syndrome can
Jump
strike at
backstage.
any
Yo.
time.
Just jump backstage. Just jump backstage.
Just
and I'll put you
jump.
on.
Just
Turn them
jump.
down by 30%. Okay, I can do that. Done. You don't need perms. All you need to do is jump backstage, brother.
Debate Parallax, you coward. I already did. I mean, I
okay.
can, but I'm not doing it tonight. Sure, why not? I'll do a call-in stream sometime. I'll let him know when it is. Yeah, exactly. I lied subtly as the
reacted to
ironclad
the ru-
defense some people think it is.
Rules.
What is Wick? Wick is the kind of person who, despite outwardly implying that my motivations for going after erudite is my internal sexism, and who will insist that my accusations against erudite are false, will still work with me publicly in a friendly capacity to make money, which means that he doesn't believe any of this. All of this is a show. It's all fake, which you already knew. We all knew this. This is not interesting. I was excited for a brief period when I realized that Jenny was writing it, because it was like, oh, maybe she'll do something interesting. Because one thing I can count on Jenny for generally, is that she's going to be edgy. There's going to be something a little off kilter. But no, it was just disappointing as all hell.
No, my face is all over the internet at this point. It's all good. 1 second. This might take a minute, but that's mainly because I don't know what I'm doing. So if I go settings, I should be able. Where do I connect all my shit to? That's weird. Are you guys cool if I go without camera, or did you really want camera there?
Camera's better than no camera, but if it can't work, it can't work.
That's not what you said in private? That is what I said in private.
The
Okay,
needs must when the devil drives, right?
All right. Well, if you, I don't want to keep everybody waiting. So if you guys want to get started, I'll figure this out and follow along.
Okay, as you're figuring it out, as you're messing up. First of all, Karina, it's been a while.
That was an interesting stream.
What's your impression? Have you been following this at all?
Nah, this weekend was the first time I'd heard of this.
Oh, it's just that Ollie loser. Yeah, okay, we're not getting anything out of this. Parallax, you around? I got an hour to kill. Yeah, Parallax, DM me. I'm running to the washroom. I'll be right back. Well, looks like Paralyzed can't come on. So, there's that. That sucked. Oh, thank you so much. Oh, looks like we have time. Okay, swell. No, Parallax didn't run. Parallax has children. We allow people. Prioritizing children is the braver thing to do than settling issues on Twitter. I applaud that stacking of priorities, but apparently, oh, never mind. Never mind. I misread him. So he's got a kid to deal with. It's all good. It's all good. I learned something that I can't tell you, but it makes me very happy inside. Makes me very, very happy inside. But I can't tell you anything. Just know a little bit of justice was done this week. A little bit. Yeah, I don't want people pouring into the Discord right now, so I'm fine with that being dead at the moment. Can you fix the whatever. You know what, it's fine. We should be on our toes anyways. Yeah, you know what, I'll upgrade the, I'll update the thing. Okay. The Discord link is being updated. Boom. Well, I guess now we just wait. No worries, Parallax. Put your family and your kids before Twitch stuff. Across the board. I don't care who you are. Never even want the worst people. That's the stuff that ultimately matters. Don't. There's two things you never go after people for. It's their families or for anything virtuous or whatever. Just try to make the world better, not worse. We've taken names this year. Dear God. Now we're not on lockdown. Yeah, so the server invite has been updated. So you should be able to join now. Serious for chat mod? Oh, do you want... oh, you want chat mod? Okay, yeah, I'll make you chat mod serious. There you go. We need more of you. The way that was built up, I thought he was going to do damage. It was just like, it was nothing. It was just absolutely nothing. Well, I guess we've got time to kill, so... Have you watched the VidCon panel with Vosh on stream? Vosh did okay on the VidCon panel. I think what's come out recently is that he's a little bit ignorant on the actual gains that Black Lives Matter made. Which is the actual reason why he didn't push back on Steven going after that. But the reason why Steven brought that up was to brute force them into a situation while they're unprepared, where they have to either reply to some really invidious comments against a very important demographic for the left, for the Dems in particular, or not. It was bad. Vosh wasn't prepped, and I was reviewing some of his Black Lives Matter debates because I was kind of surprised of his recent takes where he's talking about how like riots aren't politically efficacious, and because I was sure it's like you know better than this, right? Like they've actually made significant changes over the last 10 years. It's illegal in most places to do the kind of a restraining technique that caused George Floyd's death. There is now it is now mandatory for officers to interfere if they see other officers engaging in excessive force. There has been a tremendous increase of pressure to regulate what police do on the job. Body cameras have become the norm. Like all sorts of things. There's been actual defunding in some places. There's been a lot more attention paid to where funds go. There's been a lot more attention paid to policing philosophies and so on and so forth. It's not the same thing as the civil rights movement where it's a simple on-off switch. You're vying for suffrage or not. You get suffrage or you fail to. That's simple. You can measure that very easily. It's very difficult to measure the success of a movement that is directed at something systemic, not something specifically policy-oriented. Hey, Sunday, have you played Firmament yet? I really want to. I love Cyan games. One of my favorite games of all time is Riven. I actually reinstalled Uru recently, because you can get that online for free. That's still running. Uru Mist Online is still a thing, and it's got one of the best soundtracks and the best ambience. You know what I love about the Mist games? They're not afraid to actually make their players think, like actually have to think. Like actually have to do like math and graphing and like note-taking in order to make it through. It's actually brilliant. Bless their naive optimism that would ever take off as like a popular gaming format. But they're fantastic. But Riven is like... Myst 3 is also really good. That has a lot of the aesthetic of Riven, but it's not as smart. Same with Myst 4. I actually haven't really played much of Myst 5. Myst 5 is more of a continuation of Uru. Uru is fantastic, though. I can't reveal anything, but I've spoken to people who know Vosh very closely, and Vosh has not fallen off. To be clear, if Vosh did... and I pray this day never comes, I would criticize Vosh, and I would fight Vosh on that. And if that burned the bridge, so be it. Because the nature of friendship is you're not a true friend unless you can be a true enemy. That's what I believe. If you are unwilling to make enemies with people for the sake of your friends, you're not a real friend to them. It's one of the reasons why I think Brianna Wu is deeply disingenuous and a deeply hollow person. But what I've seen and heard is Vosh is making decisions I disagree with, but he's not betraying you. Keffels is a different story. We'll have to talk about that at some point. Keffels is taking Keffels is making some deeply cynical and callous decisions that are going to bite her in the ass in a bad way, because she's too hungry and she doesn't have enough character, bluntly. That's not the case with Vosh. I think Vosh is making some mistakes, but I don't think he's gone. And I have confidence in that. I really do. Like, I'm not, yeah. But he is mistaken on the Black Lives Matter issue. Absolutely. I'm going to be making a video. Well, like, one of the ways we kind of test the water. So I'm going to be making a video soon that's in a constructive tone. I'm going to be criticizing his takes on Black Lives Matter because I think they are born of ignorance, not of malice. So we're going to try. Okay? And we'll see how that goes. And that'll reveal some things. But what I know is that Vosh is taking pains to make sure that people know that he understands the problems and what's going on. Please don't with the noodles. Yeah. The noodles thing is so stupid. There was an article recently about that. It's so dumb. And this is the thing, like, Keffels has been legitimately cynical and disingenuous for the last little bit, especially with the Wu stuff. And this stupid noodles discourse, nothing gives her a free pass to do whatever she wants than giving a perfect example of someone making an absolutely frivolous accusation that nobody gives a shit about anyways. Like, that's just so dumb. I'm sorry. White woman makes a noodle book. There is a discussion to be had there about how, for example, there is a privileging of a particular type of author, despite the fact there are many people who have written about recipes that they actually grew up with, that are actually part of their culture, who did not get that kind of publicity. There's an interesting conversation to have there. Going after Keffels for defending noodle book, or what was the actual thing exactly? I don't care. She could have written the book for all I care. Going after Keffels for that is stupid. So stupid. Going after the author of the book is stupid. That's the author's fault. The author just wrote a book on noodles. She's not responsible for the system that makes it unfair, and she's not obligated to disadvantage herself or to undermine herself for the sake of undermining the system. Because I hate to break it to you, here's something a lot of lefties need to come to terms with. The world doesn't owe you your victory. You are not owed it to win. You being right does not give you a privilege. You being right is nothing but a burden. I'm sorry. It's a burden worth bearing, but it's a burden. Of course, it's stupid you don't care about racial injustice as much as trans issues. I actually do. I'm talking to Jake about that shortly. By the way, Katie, invitation. Feel free to come on. I've got an hour to kill. Come on and chat. Say hi. Invitation, Katie. I've got more viewers than I usually have. Now's the time. Steal them from me. Embarrass me publicly. Let's do it. Now, we don't have time for a lecture tonight anyways, Imran. Don't mislead them. You coming on? Katie, you coming on? No, Katie said hey. Come on, do it. You won't embarrass yourself. I believe in you. How much money for you to read that article on stream at some point just for fun? Which article? Oh, the noodles article? You're good? You came in to bark at me about the noodles and now you're good? How about whatever you want? You can come talk to me about anything you want. I appreciate you trying to make content out of me, but no thanks. Alright then, have fun with your 10 viewers. I tried. Fortune favors the bold, after all. Actual Jake is still offline. I guess it's technically 35 minutes till 6. What's going on with Wick?
All of the right things, all of the right time. That didn't exist. So as you move more towards this being a political identity as well as a personal goal, right? Transitioning was a personal goal. Now it's a political identity as well. Now you have to adopt all of the politics with it as well. And
read the noodle article, Squidman? Ah, screw it. This is boring as hell. Yeah, sure. Why not? Why not? Let's read the noodle article. Caffles, racist, noodle. I'm just gonna Google that. This is from the Mary Sue. I don't like Keffels. I think Keffels is a disingenuous brat. But this ain't it. Framing Keffels as the face of trans resistance has allowed her racism to stay unchallenged. Look, I'm gonna level with you guys, okay? Keffels saying noodles are tasty doesn't cement. There are issues with Keffels. There are issues with Keffels. I think her defending Brandon Wu against her community, instead of vice versa, is despicable. The noodles thing, nobody cares. Nobody cares. Nobody will ever care. This is the fact that this is even brought up is embarrassing for you. Like, it's silly. In summer 2022, Twitch streamer Clara Sorrenti, aka Keffels, was featured on the Washington Post and other places as a doxing and swatting campaign coordinated against her on anonymous forum Kiwi Farms, which is back, by the way, apparently. Didn't even get rid of that, ultimately. Notorious for such things, got increasingly dangerous. Bigots shared her home address and even a hotel she took shelter in. This backlash came because Sorrenti dedicated several hours a day to streaming commentary on anti-trans and LGBTQ+ laws and ratioing transphobes on Twitter. While many people aware of the situation gave sympathy to her... Do I have water left? Yes. A small murmur of critics expressed frustration, often cryptically, that the violence towards Sorrenti positioned her as a martyr. They alleged that she frequently attacked POC in a way that fell just short of doxing. If it's doxing or not, there's this thing is just short of doxing. You either dox a person or you don't. Sorrenti and her fans accused these critics of trying to sow distrust on behalf of Kiwi Farms. However, since then, she's been caught doing just that and more. She's been sowing distrust on Kiwi Farms. What? Sorrenti's racism, especially towards black and Asian people, ableism, even transphobia, could fill a book. I don't know about that. However, it's more like I can count on like I don't even think she's transphobic. However, it's more useful to dive into just a few examples and show how she dual wields the language of social justice and the alt-right to cause harm on the very people she claims to be an advocate for, that the accusations of false flags trying to break solidarity between marginalized groups is nothing compared to her actions. Meanwhile, Sorrenti masks her own bigotry under the guise of edgy humor for progressive causes and de-radicalizing the youth. No, I think it's just dismissive humor. I think the noodles thing is frivolous. The best place to start is the recent harassment of writer and anti-rape activist Rosalind Toulousan, not just because it shows a lot of the same patterns of behavior altogether, but because this came after she got treatment for substance abuse in the spring of this year. After weeks of public hateful tirades on social media at the start of the year, Sorrenti pulled a Roseanne Barr by claiming her behavior was the result of a cocaine addiction. A few weeks after logging back online, she came swinging with the same vile bigotry, this time directed towards Toulousan. Look, Sargon of Akkad does cocaine, okay? Sargon of Akkad can't say that his actions are the result of a cocaine addiction, and neither can Keffels. But I also don't... I don't care. I don't care that much. I care about her accusing Chudlogic of being a pedophile. That was entirely bad form. I have an issue with her being disingenuous about her intentions with the money she raised. I have issues with her disingenuously defending people. Well, first of all, disingenuously attacking people who she would later become allies with opportunistically, like Destiny, for example, or people in that sphere. She's been castigating critics of hers even within her community as DGG for years. Yeah. Anyways. Like, just nasty, disingenuous behavior. But the noodles thing? Her being on cocaine? I'm sorry, that sucks. That's like... People deal with stuff, I'm sorry. I've gathered what I need. When I wake, it is time to make tasty noodles. I don't care. Noodles are tasty, I don't care. Enemy for cooking noodles. Noodles. As feminist pop culture critic online, Toulousan has been harassed over the number of years for a number of issues. However, the one Sorrenti decided to wade back into as part of her comeback tour from drug treatment is among the worst. She made a passing comment on X about a white chef's book about Asian cuisine. Paired with screenshots of the chef in her book, Toulousan wrote, "Why did a white woman write a cookbook about dumplings and noodles?" Which is a stupid thing to tweet. Because she wanted to. Because you don't need a license from... I don't know. You don't need a special dispensation from the Chinese government to make a book about noodles. People who roll their eyes at the phrases cultural appropriation and systemic racism in publishing attack Toulousan online. Unbeknownst... No, it's just this is frivolous. Like, cultural appropriation actually does have some... Like, there is a thing to talk about there that's actually serious. This is not it. Especially since dumplings and noodles are not, strictly speaking, an Asian thing. They're not. I'm already bored of this. I'm already so bored of this. I'm not reading all this. I'm sorry. I tried, okay? There's a limit. There is a limit. I don't like Keffels. I'm not a Keffels ally anymore, okay? I tried. I'm not. But this is too far. This is too much. You gotta choose your battles, because you guys are, like, embarrassing yourselves. Okay, word to the wise. Your sense of indignation does not anoint anything you're saying as being reasonable or being effective. Not how this works. And if you do it anyways, you are... I give up. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Is actual Jake still not live? No, he's not. How long have we been going for? I may bump this to tomorrow. 2:51. He didn't even say what time he's on, so I don't know what I'm waiting for. Oh, you're about to go live. Good. Okay. Whew. Finally. Alright, we're in his lair, apparently. Okay, I'm gonna go away for a bit. I'm gonna warm up. Then we'll get into this.
Like a robot,
Hello, friends. I'm back. Here we go. Alright, let's see if Jake's ready for the thunder. Looks like he's live. Sweet. Okay. He's talking to a Muslim about atheism. Alright, here we go. Here we go. Okay. Okay. I think he means me. He asked me if I was religious and I said I was a Muslim. Oh, this is gonna be good. This is gonna be good. I'm not muted, am I? I'm speaking right now. The microphone's on. Connor, that's you. That's on your end.
Alright, let's go. Ah, thank you so much. Ooh, ah. Sus. I've messaged him, I'm just waiting now.
%, awesome.
You make this look good. You have social momentum.
Ah, fuck it. I got to do the little bit that Jake gives me these days.
The little bit that Jake gives me these days. Adorable.
He's still too scared to take on the State Fair lemonade.
It's true. I do plan on watching it today, for sure.
Here's what I do.
Hype train.
So you literally just pulled
All right,
this up.
Cat. We're gonna watch a State Fair lemonade video because you guys are not going to use this momentum to interrupt it. You guys like Dave. You don't want me. Dave might be watching right now, ready for me to watch this lemonade video, which I'm sure is very good. He does a very good job at everything he does. Rebecca Tenenbaum! I'm gonna Broadwich.
This is so fucked up.
Wait a second.
So this is fucked up to watch, dude. So every he just sits there is like, I hope Jake watches my video, and then he has to watch Quebeca give me 10 subs, and then whoever, you know, we start a hype train here, and he's just gonna watch this.
You guys did do it! Can you believe it?
Oh, so now I'm used as the escape.
Escape? I haven't seen Dave in like 2 weeks. And seeing him again is just so fucking shocking.
There's a reason.
Oh, the poor bastard. He doesn't know. He doesn't know.
Give you whatever you want.
Oh.
Give me whatever I want? Chat.
Come on, Jake. Jake.
What do I want right now? Do it right now. I'm not telling you. Harem a puppy. Okay, fuck. I mean, that's pretty true. Sarah. Okay, that was pretty easy. But that's not. You can't. I mean, I guess technically chat could, in a way.
Oh, is he wasting my time? He's gonna waste our time, isn't he?
But that's not what we're talking about. I see you, President Sunday. I'll respond to you in a second.
Because you know goddamn well that fucking video proves beyond a shadow of a doubt. I am a better cook than you.
I'm better cook than both
I
of
don't
you.
know. I don't know how him making lemonade would cause this stir in someone. He's so fucking. He is so triggered.
I'm just watching his Twitch right now. I'm just waiting.
This video is the one he wants me to watch really bad. I so want someone to direct Dono $1,000 right now just to prove we don't simp for Jake. We simp for memes. Don't give me $1,000 for no reason. Subscribe immediately instead of that. Get something out of it instead of giving me just money. There's lots of streamers that just sit there and like. You ever seen like Summit and his just fucking torrent of middle-aged dudes that watch him play Battlefield or whatever, and it's just constant the whole time.
This is like when Cherry put you on
That's
mute for half an
crazy.
hour.
That's crazy.
I remember.
And he doesn't even have to be like,
But I made like $600 that
yummy
night.
lemonade or whatever.
That was a good stream
lemonade.
financially. I was dying by the end of it, but
Something.
that was a good week.
I beat you.
That week got me a new cardigan.
Just fucking stop talking about me.
Wait a second. I literally haven't covered him in weeks.
He hasn't covered him
How
in
can I
weeks.
stop talking about him more than I already did? How can I? How can you? He thinks you send me to mess with. He thinks I send Iron Gullet. I don't give a fuck. Look, I like Iron Gullet. I don't give a fuck what you do with your day. You're totally free to do what you want. I like Iron Gullet. I couldn't give a fucking shit about what your day is. Like unless I'm like, hey, how's your day going? Then I'm asking about you. But like, I don't think, frankly, about any of your days individual of my own. You're your own. You get to have your own days. So crazy. What do you think Dave thinks of MSG? He probably thinks it's cheating and unmanly. MSG is good in some stuff.
MSG's good in a lot of things.
It's what gives the like you literally can't even make some dishes without it because of
It occurs naturally. It's in some vegetables. What's an MSG in?
And I
Tomatoes,
will
cheese,
stop
yeah.
talking about you.
no quarter. You just have to be more interesting, and then I'll talk to you about it. Whatever. You have to say interesting stuff. This is the same thing he said before. I'm not even gonna finish this video. That's how boring it is. I'm not even gonna finish it. He just says the same thing over and over. I mean, man, go.
Dude,
You want interactions with me? How about
I got more viewers than you. I'm just waiting for you to show up. Come
we
on.
can have a conversation? But I mean, you're just fucking handled, bro.
Come on.
You were hit too much as a kid. Your brain got knocked loose. brain got knocked right the fuck out of your head.
Actually, funny story. My parents used to, like, you know, parents will sometimes, like, bounce kids because they find it funny sometimes. Ceiling was a little too low at my grandparents' house. Boom. Explains a lot.
And not believing in Islam.
We shall show this infidel, won't we?
Soccer practice? I left you guys at soccer practice?
Oh, I gotta pee. One moment.
He has no energy toward positivity in his life.
Oh, colon error. Sweet. Here we go. Only your butts, people. This is it.
Okay, hello.
Salam alaikum.
Huh. Are you gonna have a camera?
Yeah, give me a sec. Bear with me here. Alright, I'm gonna pop you on my screen as well. Give me a moment.
Sure,
How are you, by the way?
good.
Swell. Alright, come on. Where are you? Sorry, they don't pay me for my tech abilities here. Boom, there we go. There we go, and now we're both on screen. Sweet. Can you do me a massive favor? Oh, I'm sorry, didn't mean to scare you. Can you grab me some water? Thanks so much. Hi! How's it going?
Hello! It's going good. Okay, so, you're a Muslim? I'm an atheist?
I'm not. That was a joke.
You're a joke?
That was a
theist?
joke. I'm agnostic, actually.
You're
The
agnostic?
issue-
That's even worse.
I know, right?
Why'd you tell me you're a Muslim, bro?
Because it was funny.
It's not really funny.
It's hilarious, actually. I can't believe it lasted for that long. That was nuts. You legitimately thought I was a Muslim. You thought you were going to have a debate about the Quran tonight.
No. I mean, when you say, I'm a Muslim, I mean, what, you want me to just be like, oh, I guess I should know about you and your opinions and stuff? Okay, so...
Fair.
So you disagree with me about anti-theism on the topic of what? Like, I'm supposed to fucking have context for you? That's such a... Like, so
exactly.
we started this conversation already, and so you've lied to me about who you are and...
Lied to you and your audience, everyone. We were just covering a whole manifesto. Lies are my stock in trade.
So and on Twitter, like multiple times, you were really poor faith. So
was I? How so?
I would love to understand what your position is in regards to anti-theism.
Anti-theism? I have no objection to anti-theism. No, the issue I was objecting to had to do with these statements here. So I'll read them out for you, and I'll give you a chance to restate if you wouldn't mind, because I think you were probably heated and defensive in the moment. I want to be fair. So you say here, quote, there are no, quote-unquote, indigenous Christians in America. They were colonized and indoctrinated. This is a well-published tactic by the church. Now, you're saying this in the present tense. There are no indigenous Christians in America.
There are people who are of indigenous bloodlines who are also Christian, yeah.
Okay, that's interesting. We'll interrogate
that. So you have like a semantic issue?
In a moment. And then the other one
Amazing.
was Black Americans are, in the present tense, religious because they were indoctrinated into it by their slave owners historically. And as a sociological claim, I agree. The preponderance of black churches in America, that's obviously to do with the history of slavery. But in light of the previous one, there are no indigenous Christians in America in the present tense.
That's correct.
It's
There are no indigenous Christians in America. That's right.
Interesting statement, since there are very clearly indigenous people who are Christians. So
right, but they're not indigenously Christian.
What does that mean?
What a semantic argument. So what does
it
your
mean for
argument
someone
here
to
is
be? What does it mean for someone to be indigenously Christian?
right? So is it indigenous to their land that Christianity came to them? Like, is it part of their culture that Christianity became
Part of their
fruitful
culture.
in their?
Well, what one's
yes,
culture
is it part of an indigenous
Yeah.
American culture to be Christian?
Is it part of
And
indigenous?
the answer is, of course, no.
Well, of course not. But that's a far cry from saying there are no indigenous.
Right, of
Christians,
course. So
right?
we don't have a disagreement.
No, but indigenous people. No, but do you think that you know better? Do you think that you know better about what indigenous Christians' beliefs actually are than they do?
What do you mean?
Well, it's a strange thing to say that they aren't actually Christian because it doesn't emerge as a consequence
What do you mean? I didn't
of
say they aren't actually
pre-contact.
Christian. That's stupid. I didn't say they aren't.
That's a
actually
direct quote. There are no indigenous Christians in America. So
there are no Christians that achieved Christianity through indigenous means.
But by that logic, there's no indigenous Christians in Europe.
What do you mean?
Christianity
there aren't.
Christianity originates in Palestine. It's not indigenous
Correct.
to.
That's correct.
But you're responding. But you're responding to someone saying, there are devout Christians who are indigenous.
Yes.
So
you're not understanding what I'm saying. Like it's so fucking weird that this.
No,
is
yeah.
sliding
Well,
off your brain.
it just seems like
It's
it just
so
seems
weird
like
that you
it
don't
just seems
understand
like
what I'm saying here.
Well, it just seems like such a pointless thing to say. Then there are no indigenous Christians who are also part of a religious system that is
do you not you don't
pre-contact.
no,
I mean,
need,
obviously.
I think you need to do a better job of like listening to what I'm saying to you, right? Like
I mean, reading.
The
This is typed.
Yeah. You're doing a terrible job. The people who are indigenous to America. So we would describe them as Native American. They become from many different tribes, and this would include not just North America, but Central and South as well.
Sure.
None of those people are Christian through indigenous means.
Well, of course not, but that goes without saying.
That's right. So you don't disagree. It doesn't go without saying because you disagree with me about it.
Well, but it does because you were responding to someone
you're
saying
stupid.
you were responding to someone saying the indigenous people know that well and are quite pissed off about it. They are also devout Christians many times. And you reply by saying there are no indigenous Christians in America. They were colonized and indoctrinated, which is true. But that is not to say that they are indigenous Christians. It's also
so you have a semantic issue with the sentence.
Well, not merely semantic.
Jesus
it's also
Christ.
not merely semantic. Actually, historical.
But do you
as well.
disagree with what I said then? So do you disagree?
Well, I do, as a matter of fact. Are you familiar, for example, with the Diaries of Matt Turner?
What is the disagreement?
I was about to explain. Are you familiar, for example, with the Diaries of Matt Turner?
No.
No. Are you familiar? Well, the reason why that comes to bear is because Matt Turner is a person who had a religious vision, a Christian one, in fact, and then as a consequence of this went on a killing spree of white American slave owners. So,
Rebecca, thank you.
So it's actually not entirely the case either that Christianity was even strictly the purview of white slavers, even if it was introduced that way, because the result. Because you can conceive
of you can conceive of Christians that aren't slavers. So that the predominant society, you agree that
no, because there are strains of Christianity that are themselves.
So you agree.
There are strains of Christianity that are themselves black.
You agree,
distinctly black, actually.
You agree that the culture that created slavery was a Christian one.
The culture that created slavery,
like a Western chattel.
You're talking about the transatlantic. I mean,
dude, are you?
It's
fucking
a little
serious?
bit.
Can we talk colloquially, please?
Well, we can talk
do I have
specifically.
to say the transatlantic slave trade when we're talking about this topic? Like we've
fair,
already established.
Fair. We are talking about the transatlantic. We are talking about the transatlantic slave trade.
This is what I'm talking about, man.
So, in the transatlantic slave trade, are you aware, for instance, of the fact that there was actually a concerted effort to prevent slaves from actually becoming Christian, precisely because
yes, there was, and then there was also the opposite. This was a political disagreement that.
But it wasn't. It wasn't simply a political disagreement between whites, though. It was also black people who were themselves Christian and used that as the basis.
What is? I don't make a
resistance.
distinction between black or white people. That's racist. Like what?
when you're talking about the history of slavery, you are, because they treated each other as distinct groups, yes?
Like, so you're talking about the...
You seem very angry. We could just talk, you know?
I'm angry.
You're actually the least annoying person, believe it or not, that I've dealt with this week. I'm actually inclined to just talk.
You're the most annoying person I've dealt with this week. So the reason that I'm annoyed by you is because I'm not fucking surprised, because you're autistically focused on like semantic syntax structure of like what I'm saying.
I am devoted to precision. That matters to me a lot.
And it's so fucking brain dead. Like, it actually isn't productive at all. This is why people don't fuck with you. This is what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Is
like
that why
this right here?
Is that why your views are down to like 5K a video now? You used to be doing a lot better. What happened?
Like what? What? Do you see what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, it seems like you're.
This seems irrelevant to the conversation. It sounds
I think what it indicates.
Upset.
No, I'm not upset at all. I think what it indicates though is that people are kind of annoyed by the shtick. I think you've gotten sloppy and you're pissing people off without giving anything back for it.
The shtick of trying very hard to dissect the sentence into being incorrect is crazy when you agree with me.
I don't have to dissect it into being correct. It's factually incorrect on its face. I have to.
It's not.
I have to give you a tremendous.
That indigenous populations in America did not reach Christianity through indigenous means. It was colonization and
obviously not, but neither.
Obviously, and that's what I'm saying in a sentence.
Well, obviously not.
You agree with that,
except when we're talking.
I'm saying it now.
Except when we're talking in present tense. So conceive of this.
Present tense.
Yeah, conceive of this. Conceive of this.
Absolutely.
Conceive of this. So an indigenous man has a child.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
Yeah.
Indoctrinated into
Christianity. Yeah. Indigenous child has a child themselves. Goes to university. Leaves Christianity. Goes to school. Has a child
into Christianity.
Has a child. I'm not done yet. Has a child.
Okay.
Not indoctrinated to Christianity. Raised by an atheist. Goes to school. Is an atheist. Has a child. Is converted in school. Goes to a church. Is now a Christian. Are they now not a Christian who is indigenous? See, the issue with what you're doing.
What do you mean? No. This is no.
The issue with what you're
doing is in denying.
Are you going to allow me to finish a sentence without you spazzing out?
What are you talking about? You finished multiple sentences. This is a paragraph you're saying, and I'm going to talk about.
Well, yeah, I'm making an argument that's longer than 2 grunts long. Yeah.
Well, the argument here is foundationally incorrect, and this is the spot where I'm going to stop it because it's incorrect.
Okay, go on.
Okay, so you have initial indoctrination when you have Christianity invade any sort of cultural space. Most of the culture is Christian. You can't be unaffected by that if you have a dad that was a Christian or an atheist, and then now you convert later on.
Well, that goes for
not indoctrination. Even the atheist child, like you had this person that was that deconverted in college. That person has still been indoctrinated.
Of course,
you already have beliefs that you don't even realize are inherent to your religious culture, such as misogyny is a great example.
Misogyny is not the distinct purview of Christianity, unfortunately.
No, it's not. Patriarchy, for example, then?
Well, I mean, for example...
Patriarchy enacts misogyny on people, and that's how it works. So, like...
But you understand the problem, though. You're responding to people who are saying there are indigenous people who are Christians, and your retort is to say they are not Christians indigenously, therefore there are no indigenous or black Christians. But that's clearly not the case. There are clearly black and indigenous people who are Christians. And who believe that
they aren't
devoutly.
So indigenously, they are so through the.
What does it mean though to be a Christian? What does it mean though to be a Christian indigenously? Explain that.
Didn't you talk to Beckett recently? You remind me of a. Didn't you talk to Beckett about patriarchy? Is that you? Someone's mentioned that you did. Have you?
I
talked to them.
I have.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. So, do you understand the foundational the argument that I was making to Beckett about patriarchy? Because it sounded like you agreed with me, right?
I couldn't, for the life of me, recall. I know that Beckett was wrong.
Oh, okay. So, these are the same. Religion and patriarchy work in much the same way. They're cultural systems that.
Certainly they do, but there is a far cry from saying that the preponderance of people who are religious in a given place is the consequence of the history of slavery, and saying that therefore
literally it has to
people of a specific ethnic description. Well, not necessarily, actually. The
yes,
number
necessarily in
no,
the United
not
States.
not necessarily actually.
Our history is not. We can't decouple it. It's impossible. Yes,
You don't need to decouple it. There's a simple statistical fact. The number of people who trace their ancestry to slavery, I think, is roughly 80%. That leaves roughly 20% of black people in America who do not trace their ancestry to slavery. And even then, within those, there are people who are going to have gaps in their lineage where they have been cut off
and they are still,
from the religious
this is going to blow your fucking mind.
lineage
Are you a
brought them to that
leftist?
point. I am.
Are you going to blow your mind? Okay.
Yes.
So black people that don't have like direct lineage to Western chattel slavery are still victims of colonialism.
Sure.
Okay. So
but that does not mean that they are not actually Christians either. It doesn't mean they're not actually religious.
I'm not saying anyone's not
more to the
actually
point.
religious.
More to the point. You actually said something.
I never said that.
You actually said very explicitly. I can show it on the screen. Black Americans are religious because they were indoctrinated into it by their slave owners.
Correct.
Yeah, they were religious, of course, before they were.
You just said 80%. Yes, that's correct.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. So black Americans.
So you're actually factually wrong on 2 counts. They were religious before they were enslaved, and only 80% of them traced their ancestry to slaves. So when you say categorically that black Americans are religious because they were indoctrinated into it by their slave owners, you're wrong. The facts of the matter, I'm afraid.
No, you're appealing to 20th or 19th century immigrants from fucking like Kenyan immigrants that came over here on purpose, not through like.
I didn't make the present tense statement that black Americans categorically are religious because they were indoctrinated into it by their slave owners.
Right, because
sorry, dude.
See, this is what you're doing the thing again where you're like, well,
What's
on technicality, you can't say anything with 100%.
Well, what you're calling being on a technicality is me being correct.
No.
And you
not. If I say anything with even a smidge of hyperbole,
that's not hyperbole. That's a simple.
It is hyperbole.
No, the nature of categorical statements is they're either true or they're false. There's not.
You know what I mean when I say black Americans who descend from slaves.
You don't say who descend from slaves. You say black Americans are religious because they were indoctrinated into it by their slave owners. You're actually incorrect on a third count. You're actually incorrect on a third count.
On technicality,
you're not even a technicality. Actually, a really critical point.
Dude,
you're incorrect.
So fucking bad
you're incorrect on a third count.
Listen to the sentence I'm saying.
You're incorrect. I'm reading it on screen.
Not my claim.
I'll put it on screen for you.
So the claim that I'm making right now, that you already agreed with. Are you going to engage?
I'm listening to you. I'm waiting for you to finish your sentence.
Dude, this is so fucking lame.
Are you trying to buy time? I thought you were about to say something.
I'm not trying to buy time.
Well, then let's out with it. Let's hear
it. So, do you understand the claim, the argument that I'm making in general? Instead of having to go to Twitter, where I obviously need brevity to communicate with people, I'm not going to qualify every fucking
1, 2,
tweet
3,
with
4,
time
5, 6, 7, 8,
frames.
9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16,
like, this
17,
is actually
18.
how you argue?
18 words long. You actually have a few more characters to go. You didn't need to say black Americans categorically are religious.
Right. Huh? So I have to fill out 140 characters on the tweet or whatever it is, 280.
Well, you could say this. You could say the preponderance of black churches is the result of the indoctrination by slavery.
I didn't say that.
No, you didn't say that. That would have been a correct thing to say. What you said was wrong.
No, it would have been a
and you're actually wrong. You're actually wrong on a third point.
Listens to.
Look, if the autistic people
look,
Jake, if the autistic people are more correct than you, then I will bear that cross. But more to the point, you're actually incorrect on a third.
No,
you're incorrect on a third point.
This is not good faith.
You were incorrect on a third point, Jake. I'm damn disappointed. I was hoping we would just have a conversation, but you were actually incorrect on a third point. And the third point you were incorrect upon.
You just want me to write paragraphs so that I'm technically correct on every point.
I would love to finish my sentence if you wouldn't mind. You were incorrect on a third point. And that as a matter of fact, it's not simply the case that people that slaves were indoctrinated to Christianity by their slave masters, because in fact there was a large movement to ban them from doing so. This is also part of the reason why they restrict literacy.
We just talked about this. That you can conceive.
But I wasn't finished speaking. I wasn't finished speaking, Jake.
Okay, so we agree that there was a minority.
Can I finish my sentence, please? Would that hurt you so much?
No, is the answer. We agree.
Okay,
that
so
we agree that a minority of Christians did not want black people to be Christian because they found them to be
not a minority at all.
Yes, a minority.
No, this was sufficient to get it into law. There were limitations.
In some places. Oh my god, dude.
Which
the
places,
majority
Jake?
position. The majority position.
You don't know
throughout the history of America. became to transition black slaves into Christianity and indigenous people as a means to pacify and inoculate them to Western cultural norms. Like, this is a
Well, you've actually got the causality backwards, because actually originally they were mixed race churches, and then as a consequence of them being afraid of black people getting the tales of liberation of an enslaved people from the Bible into their heads.
There were some people that made that argument. That's true.
Not just some people who made that argument. This is the reason why there were laws put in place on black people not being able to become ministers. There was a deep fear about this. This was widespread.
That was true in some places.
There's
yes,
a wonderful
but that is
book
not
I
what
read.
happened. What happened was that black people became indoctrinated through generational proximity to the practice as they were owned and operated by white Christians.
Well, clearly
throughout
not.
the history of their presence in America.
It's true.
And
the proximity.
The schools that they had to go to.
Well, it's true. The proximity. The proximity of black slaves to Christianity was the consequence of the transatlantic slave trade. Once there, it's not simply the case that there was simply a straight line from them to being indoctrinated into the nature of present Christianity today.
Correct.
A lot of that was not just more complicated. A lot of it played a critical part actually in resistance movements. And to say afterwards, despite these themselves being an amalgamation, I wasn't finished speaking.
Hold on.
Being an amalgamation,
I know you weren't finished speaking.
Them being an
because
amalgamation.
You made another incorrect claim. You made another incorrect claim, and I have to address it.
Them being an
amalgamation. Did make an incorrect claim.
No, I didn't. Them being an amalgamation of traditional religious practices from where they were taken from, and Christianity as well. It's not correct to say that these churches and these religious movements were strictly the result of indoctrination by colonialism.
It's crazy to say that because they were forced to adopt Christianity into their native religious practices.
Well, no, they actually did so as a matter of resistance. It wasn't simply they were forced to. In fact, they were forced not to in some cases. You're not following what I'm saying.
Right? Like they had to, there were a lot of, for instance, the musicality is one, the cooking is another.
Actually, the musicality was a critical point that actually came from black culture. That's one of the things.
Yes, that's what I said. Correct.
Well, I'm not sure what you were responding to then, because that seems to serve what I was saying.
Man, I actually don't think you're capable of having a truly productive conversation if you're not willing to understand.
I think you're a little slow tonight.
People...
Maybe you should put the corn cob outfit on. Maybe that'll speed you up.
Do you see what I'm saying? Like, it's just bad faith, man. It's just bad faith. Like, you're just trying to do little gotcha thingies. And it's
I actually wasn't. I was actually trying to have an intelligent conversation.
Clearly, I was optimistic. Having an intelligent conversation.
This is correct. I'm not.
You are having.
I'm disappointed. I was hoping to.
Yeah. You are having a conversation about the precision of speech on Twitter, and it's just fucking crazy.
Well, yeah, because when you say something wrong, the issue there is with precision. You've missed the correct statement.
But that's not what the argument was that I was having. People were not. You are the one person out of the people that are disagreeing with me on technicality. Everybody else that I have a discussion
well, that's not
with,
that's not a technicality. That's actually
it literally is technicality that you're like, well, 20%.
No. The 20% is just one of the ways in which your statement is incorrect. If you're going to say that black people in America are religious as a consequence, and you don't even say Christian at this point, you just say religious. If you're saying they're religious strictly, and that's wrong. If you're saying they're religious strictly as a consequence of colonialism, no, because slaves were religious long in advance of being. The tribes from which slaves were captured were religious long in advance of contact with Christianity.
If we're not talking about
people encountered Christianity without ever coming to Europe or North America who were black.
Yeah, but I mean, like,
so when you say black Americans, you are deeply incorrect. I am sorry, my friend.
Only if you have this like semantic perspective on it, where you're like, well,
that's not semantic. That's actually an essentially wrong claim. You're actually in defiance of both. You're in defiance of both history and sociology. You're just wrong.
It is not in defiance of either of those disciplines to acknowledge what you have already acknowledged to me. You are simply upset
what have I acknowledged to you, Jake?
About the effects of colonialism upon
the effects of colonialism do not counteract the agency of black people today who may come from...
Do you want to talk about agency in regards to religious belief? Because there is none.
Of course there is. In fact, the very liberal notion that the magistrate...
I
was about to speak, please. Can I? Just without interruption for a minute? The very liberal notion that it's not the place of the magistrate to dictate religious truth is itself downstream from the Christian idea that without sincerity of belief, salvation is not attained. This is the entire premise of John Locke's letter concerning toleration. Unfortunately, and this is why the white slavers were very loath to let black slaves learn about the details of Christian religion.
So unceremonious. I agree.
Unfortunately, it's simply not the case that there is no freedom of agency in Christianity. That's not true, or in Islam for that matter. They have agency and the capacity to choose and to think freely, just like you do, even though they're not white, Jake.
So I appreciate the insinuation, my dude. Very good faith. Very constantly good fucking faith, dude. So you do not have any agency as a child when you are indoctrinated into religious belief.
The example I gave was of someone who's converted in college.
Converted in college as you live upon Christian hegemony, and you are...
Jake, you live upon Christian hegemony. Are you more free than a black person?
Why do you... It's interesting that you frame it as a black person, because I have simply never made a racial claim.
Well, do you believe there are no religious people, period, then? Or are you highlighting black and indigenous people in particular?
No religious people. No. That's not what I said. I said you can't achieve religious belief with
let me quote again. Black Americans are religious because they were indoctrinated into it by their slave owners. So, but I mean, all of us are the way in which we come to our present beliefs about anything. They're the consequence of our past experiences, the conditions in which we are raised, etc., etc. Yet you highlight black people in particular as not being capable of
any religious person. No, any religious person did not meet the religious belief through rational thought. That's correct.
Well, that's not necessarily true. A lot of people reach it philosophically.
It isn't necessarily true.
That is absolutely not necessarily true. Most of the philosophy that actually led to modern atheism was itself religious in origin. It was a gradual unfolding of religious beliefs. Like, for example...
you're nitpicking the...
I'm not nitpicking. You're saying a factually untrue statement.
No, man. I mean, you can think that it's rational to have the belief in supernatural things, but I fundamentally disagree.
Why?
So you cannot...
The condition of being rational... The condition of a thing... Okay. The condition... Well, most of the rationalists were actually Christian.
Agnostics, bro.
But the condition...
Amazing.
Atheist agnostic. The condition of being rational is not that something appears reasonable to you, Jake.
What do you mean? It doesn't have to be reasonable to me. It's not about me.
But you made a statement out of hand. They simply cannot arrive there by rational means.
Correct.
Have you encompassed the means by which they've arrived there?
Come to.
Have you encompassed the means? Have you encompassed the means by which they arrive there? Of course you can.
No, you cannot rationally come to a supernatural belief.
Of course you can.
Fundamentally irrational.
Of course you can. The supernatural, even as a category, when we're talking, for example, about Cartesian dualism, was arrived at purely rationally. It was arrived at through a reasoning process.
No one cares about Cartesian dualism.
You haven't read Descartes.
It doesn't matter if I've read Descartes.
Well, it does a little bit because it belies...
Descartes
no, you don't
understand this conversation.
Well, you don't. This is true.
You literally do not have to read a guy who is dead.
This is true, Jake. But this is true, Jake. No, you're missing the point. You're missing the point. The point is not that you had to...
You appeal to these things as a smoke screen for not engaging with the fucking conversation.
Jake, the point is not that you had to read Descartes to engage with the conversation. The point is that you having not explored any of these things belies an ignorance of the actual ways...
I have taken courses in this.
You should get your money back. It belies your ignorance of the ways in which people have specifically rationally approached the issue and have arrived at their conclusions. It will
be irrational.
What do you mean by irrational?
It won't align with reality. It will be irrational.
Well, that's just... They could say the same thing back to you. In order to say something doesn't align with reality, though, suggests that you have actually encompassed the ways in which they had conduits to reality through the rational process that they
It's not rational to find... It's not rational to observe the natural universe and insert God into spaces.
Well, if they do so on the
basis... It is not a rational belief.
If they
do so... It is something that you presuppose.
If they do so...
Suppositional position.
That's not true. If they do so... It
is true.
Well, no, because if they do so on the witness... If they do so on the observation of complexity or on reflection, on philosophical reflection, then it's very much rational. It's not a rationality that you respect, but it is rational. Rational does not mean super double plus good and true, Jake. You can arrive at a true.
It's not a
you can
rational
arrive.
thought.
You can arrive at a true belief irrationally. That's a thing that you can do.
I suppose that's true.
You
but
are a
that's-
case in
but
point.
that's not the claim
you have
I'm
not,
saying. I'm
you
saying
have
they're
not
thinking rationally.
No, but you
so
are.
It doesn't matter.
No, but you were a case in point. You've clearly not taken any of this material seriously, so you haven't investigated any of this rationally yourself, and yet nonetheless
material?
you've arrived at a position at which
What
we probably
material?
basically agree. What material?
Yeah.
The immense canon of Western philosophy upon which we
I've read lots of it. Yeah,
I'm sure you have, which is almost entirely Christian until very recently, and even in many cases still is.
That's correct.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. We
I'm
agree
sorry.
in Christian hegemony. I don't know what.
But we aren't talking about Christian hegemony anymore. We're talking about whether or not Christian hegemony in some way obviates agency. And it clearly doesn't.
It absolutely affects their agency. They make irrational decisions.
So in
they
your
wouldn't
so in
make
your
without the religious belief,
right. So in your
it
so
absolutely
in your,
affects your
so
agency.
in your right.
If
so
you
in your
no, hold on, no.
So in your judgment,
if you
in your
think
judgment,
that God spoke to you and told you to kill your kid with a dagger, right? Which is a story in the Bible.
there are religious people who don't take that seriously. There are religious people who
But there are
take that
religious people that
as
do
a
take that
metaphorical or
seriously.
piece of poetry. There are religious people, for example,
That you can conceive of a more secular religious person is an example in my favor.
The notion of
This
this,
is what I'm talking
the
about.
notion of the secular itself is downstream from Christian divisions between.
It's not
purviews of the
downstream from
magistrate and
Christian.
religion.
It's only downstream from
Well, it literally is,
Christianity
though.
in the history.
It's actually
of humanity.
Well, it's actually downstream from Christian religion and from pagan religion, which is where we get a lot of the Renaissance notions of republican.
There were
votes and so on and
atheists
so forth.
before that.
Well, they weren't called atheists because they, well, with some exceptions, they weren't called atheists because they overtly denied the existence of gods or truth or of
Well, they
higher
wouldn't have enough
principles.
knowledge. Like, this is so stupid. They wouldn't have enough
And
knowledge
one of the reasons
to make
why
any
things
of
like
these bases.
Sorry?
They wouldn't have enough knowledge to make as confident a claim as myself, but they would nonetheless be fundamentally secular.
But you have less knowledge than they do. You don't even have knowledge of them in most cases.
What do you mean? Socrates has less knowledge than I do? Of course, of the world, absolutely.
I think Socrates has significantly more knowledge than you do. Actually.
You think Socrates knew more about the world than like?
I think Socrates paid more
modern
attention.
person?
I think Socrates paid more
So
attention to what the
Socrates-
people.
Oh
I wasn't
my
really
God.
finished speaking. I think Socrates paid more attention
This
to what
is
the
some
people
fucking
around.
wanky stuff.
I think Socrates paid more attention, and by Socrates I really mean Plato, paid more attention to the people, to what the people around him thought and why than you do. I think in his time and in his context.
No.
Yes.
I ask Christians why they think things all the time, and it's them
Christians,
who
I was
don't
talking
understand
about
why.
Plato and Socrates.
Correct.
Yeah, a lot of dumb Christians. No argument for me.
Okay, and atheists. A lot of people don't know why they believe the things they believe. I
yeah.
talk about this conversation. This conversation is normal here.
Mine are usually better, so I'm sorry for you.
I'm sure. So you agree with me on the things, except
the things you're wrong about.
In the
yeah.
middles of the conversation.
The wrong part. The wrong part
So-
where you imply that
The wrong
people,
part.
where you
So
imply that
if you
indigenous
read that,
people.
if you read that
Where
whole
you-
thread from start to finish, do you have a fundamental disagreement with the full body of text, or only the little tweet in between where I didn't at this point say Western chattel slavery, even though that's what I was talking about above in the thread, or before that at any point with the same people that
Well,
weren't you.
that doesn't wash.
So does that matter at all? Does it matter?
No.
Does the context of the conversation
Well, it
matter
doesn't.
at all when I'm having it?
Unfortunately, that redescription doesn't wash because you were. Because you were
okay.
spinning justifications for why it actually applies to people outside of that
Sure.
category
Yeah,
earlier in
man.
this conversation.
So if you want to have a conversation
So,
about not like your nitpicks about tweets, but about the subject that I'm talking about, which is that Christianity
in the modern world is not strictly a white religion. It's an amalgamation.
correct.
It's an amalgamation.
I never made that.
But not just demographically. Not just demographically. Well, that's careful. You have to be careful because if you say that Black Americans are religious because they were indoctrinated into it by slave owners,
They
you need to
were.
No, not all Black Americans were. You need to
Not
be really
all.
careful.
Okay, so but holy.
But
fucking
not just
shit.
not
I don't
all.
need to be
Not just
really
not all. No, hang on.
About saying
no,
not all, man.
Not even not all. We aren't talking about a minority here. If 80%,
It is so
if 80% of Black Americans trace their ancestry to slaves,
Mm-hmm.
and 20% don't. That only accounts for those. That only accounts
So
for those.
the
I wasn't
80%
finished.
is the people I was talking about
Jake,
in the thread.
But you weren't though. No, but you weren't though.
Literally
But you
was.
weren't though.
I
was
literally
literally
was.
about to explain why you weren't. Because you're
no.
being very sloppy here. Just shut up for a sec, okay? Just trust me. This isn't your speed. So
Sloppy.
one of the
It's fucking Twitter.
yeah, I know you have no standards. So one of the problems
I don't have.
I would really love to finish this thought. I really don't need you for it.
know that you
but I would
love
like to do
finish
it with you present.
Your bullet point that
So one
you
of the
prepared for.
I'm eating actually. I don't have any bullet points.
Oh my god.
When only 80% of them, and I say only, when only 80% of them trace their ancestry to slavery, that does not mean that 80% of them inherit their Christianity from slavery. This is why the example I brought up was really critical. So it's not just 20%.
Who would they inherit their?
Sometimes they wouldn't.
Christianity that you think is going to happen?
Well, sometimes they wouldn't. For example, I'm certain there are some black people who have gone abroad and were converted there. I'm sure there are some who have been converted elsewhere.
Wow, so I can also conceive of this. Is this true at large about the problem of Christianity and slavery in America? Is this true about that?
The problem of Christianity and slavery? What are you talking about?
So the topic of conversation...
Just stop with the act. Look, stop with the screaming act, okay?
It's not an act. The topic
it's an
of
act.
conversation...
It's an act. You look like an idiot.
Not
Just
an
talk.
act.
Just talk like a normal person. You're screaming like a child.
I am talking to you, but you aren't listening.
I'm listening very carefully.
And no, you're taking.
You're
not
persistently interjecting like you're not.
Yes, that's right. You're not doing these things. That's right.
Do I have a corn costume? Damn.
Are you gonna wear it?
No, I don't have one. Oh shoot! I was gonna eat corn tonight.
Yeah, man. Damn. So you're the whole time. It's just like bad faith, man. Like you're not even
bad faith. I tried to have a conversation with you. As soon as we particularize the conversation,
it's crazy that you
to anything that could be discussed.
You were in good faith from the fucking jump.
Can I level with you? I really.
What about? Can I?
Yeah.
What? Okay.
I'm listening.
So,
you're gonna say something.
The context of the conversation that I talked to you about already.
Yeah.
I am talking about when we agree, Western chattel slavery. And its intersection with colonialism, and
it's not an intersection with colonialism. That's a function of colonialism. Chattel slavery is literally a colonial institution. It doesn't intersect with it.
Sure, and it's at the intersection of slavery and its interaction with religion in that population.
But where lies the intersection in the case of?
Where lies the intersection of what?
Well, you won't know.
Of modern day.
You won't know if I can't finish my sentence, Jake.
But you've said it a million times. So
no, I didn't.
20%.
No, I didn't. I didn't say that yet.
Is this what you're saying? A different 20% statistic this time?
Well, I am, as a matter of fact.
Now let's go.
Where is the intersection if we're dealing with 20% of people who don't share that history, who can't share that history because they don't draw their lineage to that?
It's the same one.
That's not the same point. That's actually pretty critical. The bare fact that you have. For example, a history targeting a specific group in some place does not thereby mean it bleeds over into the psyche and infects their agency when they go into that place. That's not how that works. You citing
it's
colonialism.
Crazy that you think that's what I'm saying.
It's
so fucking wild.
You citing
that's the fucking.
You citing colonial violence is not a blanket.
Draw.
You citing colonial violence is not a blank check for you to override the agency of every single person who has a non-white description.
What agency am I overriding specifically?
Well, from your perspective, apparently none.
From your perspective, what agency am I overriding in someone?
Every single modern American Christian who's non-white. And Muslim, presumably.
What that's not what agency? That is not an agency, that's a type of people. What agency am I stripping of people or something? What claim do you think I'm making here?
Well, the claim you made is black Americans are religious because they were indoctrinated into it by their slave owners. Historically, this is wrong on two grounds. First of all, a lot of them were actually prevented from being indoctrinated into it by their slave owners.
Just doing the same thing.
He can't say it himself. He's trying to say that you're saying black Americans are too stupid to be Christian in modern time. That only white people freely choose to be Christian, but black Americans don't.
Is that the argument you think I'm making?
That's what he's saying you're saying.
Is that the argument you think I'm saying?
If you want to walk it back, be my guest.
If I want to walk what back? Is that the argument you think I'm making?
No, your wife, whoever's handling this a lot better than you are.
What
so.
argument do you think I'm making?
Maybe I should
sound
argue with her.
accurate?
Huh?
Does that sound accurate? Do you think that
Sounds pretty accurate. It seems like you're really, really invested.
So go ahead and tell me in your words that
well,
thing.
Let's look
what
at
she
the.
just said. Tell me in your
well,
words.
Let's look at the indigenous one for a second. We're talking about present
God,
day.
dude. Can you just say the fucking claim that you have about me?
The claim I have about you?
I just asked you what she just said. The thing you're trying to insinuate. I'm saying. What do you think I'm trying to say?
Well, I'm not
here?
insinuating. I'm referring directly to your tweet. So if you
Don't
say,
talk to my tweet. I'm right in front of you.
Well, the reason why we're having this
me.
conversation, the reason why we're having this conversation is because of your tweet.
Talk to me.
Well, why don't you
ask me a direct question?
Why don't you
instead of trying to get me to edit a tweet that I made 2 weeks ago? Talk to me right now in front of you. We're socializing.
Why don't you just re-describe what your position is, and we can start from there?
Why don't you? I have described my position.
Then it should be easy.
You cannot reach religious belief through rational means.
Yeah, that's silly.
That's
You're
one of them. That's crazy.
Huh.
Like,
No.
you can't have irrational beliefs and make them rationally.
Sorry?
You can't have irrational beliefs and have made them rationally.
What? I mean, first of all, you can. So, for example, for example, because you can go the Kantian route, and you can draw the limits beyond which rationality cannot go, and you can show how for certain, for example, irrational claims, like claims about morality, claims about God or justice or teleology, the point at which these fall off, and so you can put them in their proper place, and so you can still have beliefs about them, and you can still arrive at a conception of where they fit in your overall scheme and overall perception of how things work, without doing so irrationally. And you can even treat them as the irrational and put them in their place as such. There's no contradiction there. That's a almost ubiquitous feature of most modern philosophy.
The second claim is that black slaves were taught Christianity.
Of course they were taught Christianity. Christianity is not native to the place in which they were enslaved.
And so, yeah, okay. So, and the effect of that is that generationally you will have a high population of black Christians that met that not through critical thinking, not through anything else, but due to the direct effect of their ancestors being enslaved by Christians that indoctrinated them.
Well, they didn't arrive at their beliefs prior to that either rationally, but they still held them. They were still really that, yes?
What do you mean, really that? What do you keep doing that?
The religious beliefs they had.
Are you asking me if I think that they were genuinely believed in it or something?
Well, the claim you make once again is that they are religious, not just that they are Christian. Was that a misstatement? Do you not believe they were religious before they were enslaved?
Dude, so religious in this context means Christian when I say that they were indoctrinated into Christianity?
Well, then you're running still into.
We don't have to talk about maybe they were TikTok witches. Like,
but you're running. Well, you're
this
running.
This is what you do, man.
You're running.
I already said that they were Christian.
Man, you're running.
I said that they were Christian, and Christians are religious, are they not?
Well, let me.
Do I have to say religious Christians every time I say, "Hey, man, are you religious?"
Let me accept.
When I talk to a person,
let me accept.
Do I have to?
Let me accept that rewrite of the quote. Even then, you're running into trouble because once again, when you're talking about black churches, you're talking about places that are not simply inheritors of European-style Christianity. You're also talking about places that are
European-style
that also
Christianity.
inherit.
I don't.
That also, I wasn't finished speaking. That also inherit the traditional beliefs of the enslaved peoples. So it's not actually the case, and those infect.
Oh my God! I can't believe that some of their culture bled into it. That's so obviously
not just bled in, not just bled in.
Yep.
We're actually directly combined, and these in turn influenced other churches as well, not just the black.
What does that have to do with anything?
It means that when you're saying they're religious simply because of slavery, that's simply not true. They're not only just Christian because of slavery.
I said that they were Christian.
Christianity
and
became.
And then I used the word religious.
Christianity
to
for
the
many
religious Christians.
Well,
and
no.
you're like, oh well, he actually means they could have any religious belief
no.
at all.
Well, no. Well,
I'll just say Christian from now on.
Well,
because
for
you're
example,
so fucking. Like, this is so fucking unproductive.
For example,
instead of nitpicking that,
Jake, you're boring
give me
now.
another. You don't have to give me another example.
Well,
you're not hearing the words I'm saying.
I'm hearing all the words you're saying. You're just not saying very much. So For example, no. For
listening.
example, the
If you
logic,
were
the
listening,
logic
I
that you're
wouldn't
deploying,
have to repeat.
the logic that you're deploying would be, for
Uh-huh.
example, to say that modern Japanese technology, in some sense, is invalid because it wasn't arrived at in a Japanese way, despite the fact that it was
No.
approached. I'm not finished.
That's not what I'm
It
saying.
was approached.
You're
you don't
wrong.
know. You don't
This
know.
isn't my claim.
You don't know if it's your claim or not because I haven't finished my
I
sentence.
literally do know it's my claim because
You
it's
literally
not correct.
don't. You literally don't.
I am not.
So-
I am not. I am not.
The
making
analogy
a
I'm trying to make over
You're not
your
listening to me.
over your babyish what?
I
The analogy-
am not making a claim of like their genuine belief levels. I am not saying that they
I know.
are more or less purely Christian. I've never said that. Any form of religious belief, even whether it's Christian
But
or
if
you
a
believe
religious-
some amalgam of Christianity, no matter the
But if-
degree of it, it's incorrect.
But if a religious belief is appropriated as a technology of resistance, then it absolutely is theirs, and they
A
absolutely
technology of resistance because Christians had anti-slave movements.
They did. But
Is that what
not-
you're saying? Right.
No, I actually wasn't saying that.
Okay, so
because,
what are you saying?
Because slaves actually derived a resistance ethic from it. This is one of the reasons, once again, why white
Slaves-
slavers did not
You think
allow
so? The
them
claim you're making here is that black people
have-
could only come to their liberation through Christianity.
No, I'm saying that if they used it, I'm saying if they used.
If I said that,
I'm saying if they used it to that
they
end.
needed religion to want their own liberation.
I'm
is what you're
saying-
they needed the white religion to
I
need to
never
want
said
their
that.
liberation.
I never
So
said that.
interesting, but it is what you said, though.
I never said that.
Okay, so do you think that they would have liberated themselves without Christianity?
I have no idea.
Fascinating, because
We
I
don't know.
fucking do. I 100% know.
We don't know. The
You don't know if black people didn't want to be slaves or not before they were religious?
They don't have to
Or,
want
I'm
to
sorry,
be. We're talking
before they
about,
were Christian?
No, you're very stupid. So the point is that if they used Christianity as a tool in history to get out of slavery, we don't know. Well, no, because you're entertaining a counterfactual. We flat out don't know.
Okay, but here we
don't
go.
know.
This is a bad. You could do this if you want, but it's really stupid.
You're the one who's relying on a counterfactual to establish your claim.
Amazing.
It's not very strong.
Sure, man. Yeah. So you're saying that
I don't think you understand what I'm
which
saying.
we
I don't think
agree,
you're following this very
Christianity-
carefully at all.
You're saying that
I
Christianity.
think you're
the
kind
use of Christianity was a tool of liberation.
I think you're intensely out of your depth, and now you're screaming in order to make up for it because you can't track the argument.
I would love you to make a claim, but when you're
done speaking, do you want me to let you finish speaking, Jake?
You can, yeah. Are you good? So the claim you made is that you don't know if black people would have sought their own liberation without Christianity.
No, we know for a fact they did. We don't know if, in the absence of Christianity,
Okay, but
because
here's
that
the
motivated
fucking
a whole
pitfall
lot of
that you
different...
fall into here, which is
I
so
don't
fucking
feel like
stupid.
I've fallen into a pitfall.
I know you don't feel like it. So Christianity is one of the main social mechanisms through which they experience their colonialism. The people that caused slavery upon this population were Christian and were following their manifest destiny in pursuit of these things. Much of this is informed by their Christian belief. You are saying here to give credit to the guy who stopped slapping his wife. This is the same thing.
What?
I know.
No, you didn't follow what I was saying at all. No, you're very dim. No, the point I'm making is that if a black person or a black culture or a black group appropriates a thing that's in their environment, as in the case of Christian religion then, and uses that towards resistance, it's theirs.
It's crazy to call black slaves adopting Christianity appropriation.
That's not adopt. No, it's a positive form of
crazy
appropriation.
to me.
That's a positive form of appropriation.
Crazy.
That's good for them. Well, what do you mean? If they adopt,
what's good for them? Wait,
well, if they adopt,
what was good for black slaves there?
No, it is a good thing if they appropriate something that gives them an organizing tool to resist.
I disagree that it was good for them to appropriate.
So you think that
I do not think that
so
you
in
need
your
religion
judgment
to achieve liberation.
But they were religious. They didn't become atheistic. There was no point in between them being of the religion of their ancestors.
This is
of the religion.
Is a product of the time. Yeah,
there was no gap between them being of the religion of their ancestors.
Of course not.
And of the religion they took on when they came to
yes.
North America and elsewhere.
That's yes.
Yes. So, no, they were not religious due to the ubiquity of Christianity. That's incorrect.
It's crazy that you don't think that
it's crazy that
African slaves
wanted
their own freedom until they were
It's crazy that we can't have a back and forth for even a few seconds without you breaking into a screaming fit. I was
giving
told
Christianity the credit for black liberation, and it's why.
No, not at all. I'm giving black people the credit for black liberation. Some of them were Christians. Some of them used Christianity towards that end.
This is
true, unfortunately. There's a wonderful book called "The Half Has Never Been Told." I highly recommend it. It's got a really great chapter.
Fire in a Cane Break by Laura Wexler.
Nah.
Try that one too. There you go.
Sweet. I'll look it up.
We both got books.
And I got a duck. Duck Nana beats corn cob. Just how it goes.
Man. So it doesn't sound like you have an understanding of what my position is.
Not anymore, I don't.
Not ever.
You say so, Chief.
I absolutely say so. Like, you literally are coming in here and just making crazy claims, and my whole chat is like, what the fuck is this guy saying? I've literally never said some of this shit.
I've got a smarter chat, so, you know.
I'm sure you do, man.
Oh, I really do.
It's just like...
Can we talk about how you tried to say that Jake was telling someone to kill themselves?
No, you weren't telling someone. You weren't telling someone to kill themselves. What you did was you taunted Rico. Very nice guy, by the way.
Rico's a different person.
Who is disagreeing with you?
From the person.
No. I'm talking about Rico. I'm talking about Rico.
So you want to talk about Rico's divorce?
No, I'm talking about you taunting him for his divorce. Apparently he divorced...
I didn't taunt him for his divorce.
Yeah, you did. You spontaneously...
I made a common meme. So now you're mad about Rico? Is this what it is? Is you apropos, mad about that?
I am a little mad about Rico, actually.
Okay.
So apropos of nothing.
Apropos of nothing.
He was arguing with you respectfully.
So Rico is transmedicalist pretty often, okay? He has transmedicalist takes pretty often.
Oh, what a dick.
And he has had bad takes in my mentions many times. So the context that I have with...
So have you. That's why we're here.
Sure, man. The context that I have with this guy is that he's shitty every day. And now he's divorced and he has a blue check mark. A divorced guy with a blue check mark is a common meme. The circumstances of his divorce are irrelevant to me. If he...
Well, they are a little bit relevant. I think
it's
mocking...
not relevant to me.
I think mocking someone's divorce due to a miscarriage is pretty universally
Do you think
despicable.
I was mocking his divorce due to a miscarriage?
I don't know. I don't know if you have the brain capacity to hold those two thoughts simultaneously in your head
His divorce and blue check mark. I didn't say anything about miscarriage. In fact, he doesn't have a miscarriage. His ex-wife did, and I feel very bad if she wanted to have a child with him. And they wanted to have a kid, and it didn't happen. That sucks. But that has nothing to do with what I said.
This is what's going to be known as the Hunter wager. We'll be back at this in a few years, I'm sure.
What's that mean?
Don't worry about it.
Well, why not?
Just
Why don't
trust.
you just say with your chest what you mean, man?
Nah, I'm good.
Can we mock other people's divorces?
If they're abusive to their partners, I would say so.
So wait. So in the cases where they're not abusive, you can't.
I would not mock someone's divorce. I generally don't mock genuinely bad things happening, like loving relationships breaking down.
Wait.
I want the world to be a better place.
How is a divorce a genuinely bad thing?
If they're unhappy,
divorce is never bad. Divorce is almost.
Divorce is often very bad. If it's the consequence of trauma, if it's between
divorce is good.
No. If there's a strong relationship between people and that breaks down due to trauma, I think
that's not what the
thing.
majority of divorces are. Just fuck off. That's 20% of divorces.
I didn't say.
How the fuck do I know? The majority of divorces are literally.
I'm not against the concept of divorce.
Irreconcilable differences, and often there's statistics on this. Oftentimes the men do not.
Yeah. See, this is why your views are dense.
Do not adopt enough. Yeah,
you can't. You just can't. You can't keep up. You can't compete. I'm not against the concept of divorce. I don't think any intelligent person would agree what I said.
The majority of divorces, however, are happy things because they are met with two people that are incongruous with one another. And
I don't know if we necessarily know that. For example, the way in which
we do necessarily know.
Well, no,
that.
Because even in cases. Well, no, because even in cases where that is true, there are a lot of cases where that is true. You are correct.
It's good.
Well, no, because the way. Well, no, because the way in which
100% of the time,
because the way in which it proceeds legally often causes profound levels of stress on one or both partners, often resulting in extreme financial stress as well.
To a divorce being good for you.
That's a very stupid thing to say.
Oh, A divorce might be stressful, but it's better not to be in a
Stress
relationship
kills
you don't
people,
wanna be in.
Drake. Jake, stress destroys families, destroys relationships, destroys people.
So do you
destroys
think
careers.
people seeking divorce are more or less stressed being with their partner or being divorced when they
That's going to be on a
actively seek
case-by-case
divorce?
basis. I have no
You're
idea.
so stupid. It's intuitively true. Obviously, if they are
If I'm
getting
so
a divorce,
stupid, why are you the one relying on what's intuitively true? That's not intelligent.
What do you mean?
What do you mean?
It's so.
Have you
fucking
listened to yourself? You're like Vosh in a
Yeah,
helium
man.
balloon.
Vosh and helium. I mean,
dumber.
it's pretty obvious. The
With
reported
an uglier beard.
Amazing. So are you just mad now?
No.
Are you good?
I'm feeling
All right.
I'm feeling swell, actually.
Okay. Well, I'm not gonna body shame you.
Good.
You can.
Don't start
you-
that. Not a contest you
start
want
what?
to start.
What do you mean? I'm objectively better looking. This is like.
But it would hurt
factually
it would
true.
hurt my feelings, and you'd lose woke points.
I don't care. I don't care. I'm objectively better looking. So it doesn't matter. If you want to have a real conversation at some point, and not a semantic argument over.
Well, I
tweets
did,
when
but
you had me
I'm-
right in front of your fucking face.
I
we
wanted
can
to have a real
try,
conversation.
I guess.
I was
But
against,
holy fucking shit!
against my better
I'm
judgment.
So fucking
against
unimpressed.
my better judgment. The same dumb idiot who told me to go really easy on Haas and have a reasonable conversation with him, told me to do so with you, and he's just disappointed as much as I am. I'm sure. Damn shame.
I mean, you didn't even address what I was saying, so it's cool. You just wanted to address what you like pretended I was saying.
No,
Like
what you-
again, it's
what
just
you-
wild, man.
What you said, it was
Like,
incoherent.
and then when
It was
we talk
stupid.
about you taking me directly
It
out of
was
context,
arrogant.
you pivot to something else.
You're relying on
Do you want to
a
ex-
historical
do you want to
understanding
accept?
of the material.
So what about? Do you want to acknowledge just taking me out of context blatantly, or no?
And to go to context.
Do you want to acknowledge it yourself?
I offered to let you re-describe it in real time right now. Just to tell me what
Re-describe
your
it.
statement is.
So the guy that you said that I was telling to kill himself, would you like to retract that at all? Just
I
because
can't.
I
Who,
want to see.
who
if
did
you-
who did I say you were telling to kill
That's so
himself?
fascinating.
No, I can't remember.
So there was
It's
a there
been
was a
couple
guy who was
weeks.
like, "Oh my god, I would be so embarrassed. I would kill myself." And I said that wouldn't be a good thing. You shouldn't want to do that. And then you tried to paint it as like, "Oh my god, look, he's trying to say."
Oh no, I see.
Please self harm.
I see. Okay.
Are you
no,
gonna
no, you're
admit that that was,
confused.
like,
no,
bad
no,
faith
it's come.
and
It's
stupid?
no, it's come back to me. You're very stupid, so you didn't really catch the nuance there.
Mhm.
So the person was saying if I had to wear a corn cob in order to
Yeah, that they
stand
would kill
out,
themselves.
that they would kill
And I said
themselves.
that's not
And what
good
you
to
what
do.
you said, which is leveraging essentially an implication about their mental health. If you're one embarrassment away from killing yourself or something like that, I imagine if I was one embarrassment away from offing myself or something like that. That's
No,
a
man.
level
I said-
grosser, I think.
No, man.
Yeah.
It really isn't. I said it's not good if you want to kill yourself if you are embarrassed. Like, you're actually fucking bad faith, bro.
Context and you put it.
You're actually a fucking shithead, man.
Sure thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even Vivian told you.
Yeah,
you're
man.
fucking wrong.
Just eat cocks. Just fuck off. Like, can you? This is what I'm saying, man. You can't even
You should just make your voice squeaky again. That's a
make your voice.
It's a good
squeaky.
comeback.
Nice.
Yeah.
Cool, man. All right. Is that it? Is that what you're fucking? You had to schedule this with me? Jesus fucking.
Well, I had other stuff on the way, so.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
All right. Have a good one, man.
Bye.
See it.
You ran. Damn shame. Sorry, Brooks, I tried. His girlfriend seems nice. Well, that was unfortunate. I guess I should leave the call. There we go. That was too bad. I've seen him have better conversations. I think that was his mom. Oh. Well, I'm pooped. Where am I going to send you? Oh, Lucy has a She's doing research, apparently. Tell him Sunday sent you. Arrivederci.